Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name is Phil St. Jean, Councillor Picton Ward. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we are meeting at Council Chambers in Shire Hall. Members of the public who wish to speak at a Planning and Development Committee meeting are invited to register with the Clerk's office in advance. These meetings are public meetings as required under the Planning Act and will deal with the planning applications listed on the agenda. Tonight's agenda lists all the items before the committee for consideration. Copies of the agenda have been posted on our website. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed, and any participation in the meeting proceedings will become part of the public record. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting the live stream tab on the bottom right of the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making decisions on these matters. Persons speaking at the meeting are requested to give their name for recording in the minutes. For those present here in Shire Hall Council Chambers, please remember to sign in. I believe the sign-in sheet is over here, using the sheet located near the media desk. All speakers' names, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. The first portion of tonight's meeting under Section 5, Statutory Public Meetings, pursuant to the Planning Act, is to present planning applications in a public forum so the proponent and the public have an opportunity to be heard in front of the decision-making committee prior to an application being reviewed by staff. The agenda includes an overview of the planning application before the municipality. There is no staff report at this stage, and no decisions on these applications will be made this evening. Each application will be discussed individually, first with a presentation by the applicant, owner, or agent, and then the meeting will be open to the public for comments and questions. If there are no questions or concerns from anyone present, I will conclude the statutory public meeting for this item or application. Under Section 6, I will be asking for comments from the audience on items listed under items for consideration. This is where comments related to matters before the committee for decision are to be heard. This evening we have 9 comments from the audience pre-registered. If anyone present would like to speak at this section of the agenda on an item listed under items for consideration, you are welcome to do so. Members of the public who wish to provide comments at future meetings can do so by contacting clerks at pecounty.on.ca to register. A reminder that if you participate, your name, opinion, and comments will be included in the committee meeting minutes and form part of the public record and posted to the county's website. The second portion of tonight's meeting, Section 7, in items for consideration, is to consider applications that have held a statutory public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act, and the committee will be asked to make decisions. These items include staff reports attached to the agenda, which contain a staff recommendation typically to approve with conditions or to deny a planning application. After the planners, applicants, owners, or agents' presentation, committee members will be able to ask questions of staff, the applicant, owner, or agent. Following the question and answer period, I will call for a motion to approve the recommendations as presented. The Planning and Development Committee will make a recommendation to approve, amend, or to deny a planning application. Council has the final say on the applications. All bylaws on this agenda will be approved at the next feasible council meeting. Following council's decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. Okay, so I've called the meeting to order. Agenda item 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Does anyone on committee have anything they wish to declare? Seeing none. Councillor McNaughton, I believe you have a motion that you wanted to bring forward?
Yes, regarding confirmation of the agenda.
Yes.
That the order of business be changed to move agenda item 4.1. Nadia DeSanti, WSP, to present Prince Edward County's final comprehensive zoning bylaw issued for adoption to be considered before item 7.2, the countywide comprehensive zoning bylaw, and that comments from the audience regarding any item listed under items for consideration can be heard when the subject is being addressed under section 7.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Pennell? Okay. Any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so the agenda has been reordered. Okay, so that brings us to, so presentations are now shifted to 7.2.
Sorry, we have to confirm the agenda as amended.
You're right. Yes, my apology. A motion to confirm the agenda as amended. Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor, or sorry for the demotion, sir. Mayor Ferguson. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. This is a Roberts Ferguson motion that the agenda for the Planning and Development Committee meeting of October 15, 2025 as amended be confirmed.
Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Agenda item 5, statutory public meetings pursuant to the Planning Act. Planning and Development Committee shall consider matters where a public planning meeting is required to hear applications under the Planning Act. Purpose of this statutory public meeting is, 1, to allow the committee to gather information on the applications before us, to hear those wishing to make submissions on applications, and to allow the committee to ask questions of the applicants, the public, and staff. Persons wishing to appeal decisions on planning matters may be required to demonstrate that they have made written submissions to council or oral submissions at a public meeting. Every member of the public speaking today during a statutory public meeting is requested to state their name for the public record, which will form part of the meeting minutes. In the interest of time, the committee respectfully asks that you keep your comments to no more than 5 minutes as per the procedure bylaw. And the first item is 5.1, which is a consent and rezoning file B1225 and Z825 Reynolds Farm Limited, west of 1037 County Road 4, Ward 2, Bloomfield, Hallowell. And I believe Jennifer Matthews is here as the applicant, or sorry, the agent for the applicant. Jennifer, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Matthews. I'm the Senior Planning Coordinator for Watson Land Surveyors. I've got a brief presentation for this file. It's consent file B1225. It's a lot addition to 1075 County Road 4 in the Hallowell ward. The severed, which is the lot addition portion, contains a existing drilled well that currently services number 1075 County Road 4. Approval of this application would ensure that the well is located on the property to which it serves. This slide is a key plan to show where the application is. You can see Picton in the bottom right corner. The blue star is the subject land, and the Google Maps air bubble there is the benefiting parcel. On this slide here, you can see the blue star is the subject land. The red rectangle is the lot addition portion, and it's being added to number 1075. This is the surveyor sketch that was submitted with the application, and it shows the severed parcel with about 3 meters to the south of the well to allow for maintenance that we're proposing for the lot addition. Lastly, this is a technical consent application to accommodate an existing well. There was a consent application completed in 2015, which is B3514, to sever this surplus farm dwelling known as 1075 County Road 4 from the larger farm parcel. While processing that consent application, an old pipe casing was mistaken as a well and noted as a well on the sketch. The actual drilled well was not visible at the time because it was in long grass, so this application is to correct that. Should this lot addition application be supported, it would place the actual well that services the property on the property to which it serves. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Okay, great, Jennifer. You still had 8 minutes to spare.
Well, this is a pretty simple one, I think, so.
Yes, yes. Okay, so members of the committee, Does anyone have any questions for the applicant or agent? Seeing none? Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this agenda item? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thanks.
So I guess now I get to call an adjournment of the public meeting.
We'll receive the oral submission
Yes.
first, so I can read the motion. That the oral submissions
Yes.
pertaining to consent and rezoning file number B12-25 and Z8-25 be received for information.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councillor Fennell, second by Councillor Nyman. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. So, that's it for the statutory public meeting. I need the motion.
Yeah,
the
now
meeting
we'll
be
just need to
closed. Yes.
adjourn the statutory public meeting.
So I need a mover and seconder for the motion that statutory public meeting held on October 15th, 2025 adjourn at 6:11. Mover, Nyman, and Roberts. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Comments from the audience, comments from the audience on items listed under items for consideration. This evening we have 9 registered comments from the audience. If anyone present would like to speak at this section of the agenda on an item listed under items for consideration, you are welcome to do so. A reminder that if you participate, your name, opinion, and comment will be included in the committee meeting minutes and form part of the public record and posted to the county's website. Additionally, in the interest of time, the committee respectfully asks that you keep your comments to no more than 3 minutes. If you previously provided comments during the statutory public meeting for the matter of which you are speaking to, please keep your comments as succinct and concise as possible, highlighting any new information for the committee's awareness. Further to the second clause of the motion, to change the order of business, comments from the audience on items under items for consideration will be heard when the subject item is being addressed under Section 7 of the meeting agenda. In other words, 7.1, the consent and rezoning, we'll deal with that first, and comments, public and council first, and then we'll deal with the comprehensive zoning bylaw as a separate file. So we are now at 7.1. And welcome, Emily. So this is consent and rezoning file number B225 and Z325, Harold Foster and Kimberly Foster, west of 353 Lux Crossroad, Ward 8, North Marysburg. So, Emily, our planner, is there anything you wish to add to the file?
Through the chair, nothing to add. The agent and applicant aren't able to attend, but they've asked me to pass along if they're in agreement with the recommendation.
Okay, that's good to hear. Does anybody, a member of the committee, have any questions for the planner?
People from the public, actually,
Public first? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. We'll do that. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this file? None? Okay. Then I'll come back to council or committee members. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, is number 10 and 11, are they the same?
Through the chair, they're not. It's once again, they're similar. They're just registrations on title. One is specific to the result of the hydrogeological study for the severed. On the retained, it's the general clause.
So what are we asking for on title then?
Through the chair, for the retained, we're asking for an acknowledgement that the municipality is not responsible for water quality.
Okay.
And that's the same for the severed. And in addition, it's an acknowledgement of hardness concentration on the severed based on those specific test results.
Okay, thank you. If it makes you feel any better, I think I read it 3 or 4 times too, thinking it was a duplicate. But, okay. That's it for questions? Okay, so now I need a motion to, no, we've taken care of all that. Okay. So I need a mover and seconder for the motion as printed on the agenda. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Nyman, Councillor McNaughton.
It's a Nyman-McNaughton motion. That report DS 64, 2025 regarding consent to sever and zoning bylaw amendment file numbers B2-25 and Z3-25 be received. That consent file number B2-25 for the lands described as part lot 2, plan 3, Gore A, North Marysburg as in NM 3020 NW of Lux Cross Road and north of County Road 17, subject to PE 45928, amended by PE 66139, in the ward of North Marysburg be approved, subject to the following condition. 1 through 13. And that a bylaw to amend the county's comprehensive zoning bylaw 1816-2006 for the lands described as part lot 2, plan 3, Gore A, North Marysburg as in NM 3020 NW of Lux Cross Road and north of County Road 17, subject to PE 45928, amended by PE 66139, North Marysburg, as listed on this agenda, be brought forward to the next feasible council meeting.
Okay. I'll call the motion then. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we are now at 7.2, and we have Mr. Portum and Nadia DeSanti from WSP. And there's a presentation, so we'll let you get comfortable and proceed whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and members of the public. My name is Nadia DeSanti, and I'm a practice lead with WSP and the project manager leading the WSP consulting team, assisting Prince Edward County in completing the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, which will result in a new zoning bylaw for all lands within the municipal boundary. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. The purpose of today's meeting is to present the final comprehensive zoning bylaw that has been issued for consideration by the Planning and Development Committee and ultimately Council for adoption. We presented the final draft of the comprehensive zoning bylaw to the committee on April 2nd, 2025 at a statutory public meeting as required under the Ontario Planning Act. As detailed in the staff report in this evening's agenda package, county planning staff are recommending adoption of the final comprehensive zoning bylaw by County Council as well as the recommendations listed in the staff report. It is WSP's understanding that Council may consider adoption of the final comprehensive zoning bylaw following this evening's meeting on October 21st. If there are amendments, we may need to push to the November 10th Council meeting. Upon adoption of the new zoning bylaw by Council, the current zoning bylaw 1816-2006 will be repealed. Oh my gosh, sorry. Through this presentation, I'll present an overview of the key changes that were made in preparation of the final comprehensive zoning bylaw that is included in the package tonight and also published to the county's Have Your Say project webpage. Final steps for the project to its conclusion will be outlined, and I'll be available to respond to any questions on the final comprehensive zoning bylaw from members of the Planning and Development Committee and the public. The final zoning bylaw, dated September 2025, has been prepared and is the product of extensive efforts by the project team, county planning staff, and I also want to, on behalf of the WSP team, thank the public members, business owners and operators, special interest groups for their commitment, their energy, and their time and participation in this process, which started in 2025. It's really important to acknowledge their time and effort, and I'd like to acknowledge that on behalf of our team. This zoning bylaw is, we believe and hope, more accessible, contemporary, and straightforward as much as possible. 2 versions of the final comprehensive zoning bylaw have been prepared that are online. One is a red line version, which shows the text changes that have made since the statutory public meeting in April, and then also just a clean version. At a high level, the comprehensive zoning bylaw has been prepared to make the document more user-friendly, easy to interpret for all users, implement recent changes to provincial planning legislation, conform to the county's official plan, ensure definitions and zoning requirements are contemporary and based on current best practices, and reviewed site-specific exceptions. We do encourage that community members review the final zoning bylaw and schedules, either on the county's website at the link on this slide or in hard copy here at Shire Hall. I'm just going to refer to it as the final zoning bylaw so I can keep text a little and speaking words a little more succinct. So the final zoning bylaw maintains most of the existing zones that are currently in the zoning bylaw. Each zone has its own subsection in the bylaw and establishes permitted uses, zone requirements such as minimum lot area, setbacks, lot coverage, and building height, additional provisions for specific uses, and exceptions which apply to individual properties. This slide shows how the official plan land use designations would be implemented through the proposed zones. There is one new zone, which is agricultural, and the current rural and rural residential zones have been consolidated, and I'll get into that in subsequent slides. As mentioned, a major change proposed through this zoning bylaw review is the introduction of a new zone, which is the agricultural zone. Please note that these changes are not new in the September 25 zoning bylaw, but I want to represent this change for the committee and community's information, as there has been great interest on this matter. The new agricultural zone is intended to implement the agricultural areas designation in the official plan and includes prime agricultural lands as defined by the provincial planning statement issued in 2024. And it establishes direction for protection of these valuable lands for long-term use and protection for agriculture. The creation of the new AG, agricultural zone, was informed by input heard from public open houses held throughout the process, as well as OMAFRA's publication 851, Guidelines on Permitted Uses in Agricultural Areas. As per official plan policy, the minimum lot size of 40 hectares will be required in the new AG zone. A range of new agricultural-related uses, and on-farm diversified uses are included in the new zoning bylaw and are proposed to be permitted as of right in the AG zone and the consolidated rural zone. To recognize the importance of agriculture in the county and understanding the adapting needs of farming practices to ensure their longevity. The current Rural 1 through Rural 3 zones are proposed to be consolidated into one single rural zone. With the introduction of the new agricultural zone and the consolidation of the rural zones, the minimum required lot size has increased. Current lot area requirements in the RU1 zone is 10 hectares. The lot area requirement in the RU2 zone is 20 hectares, and in the RU3 zone, it's 34 hectares. The required minimum lot area in the AG zone is 40 hectares, as required by county official plan policy. The new rural zone minimum lot area is 10 hectares. which is the least rigorous requirement from the current rural zones. Provisions have been included in the final zoning bylaw that acknowledge existing lots that are smaller than the new minimum lot size. Existing lots that are smaller than the new minimum lot size would be considered legally non-complying, so the use can continue on those undersized lots. Again, this is not a change in the September 2025 zoning bylaw, but we and county staff wish to note this item for awareness, given the vast agricultural and rural lands in the county and their importance. A review of site-specific exceptions has been undertaken through the zoning review. The exception zones include site-specific provisions that apply to lands or a portion of lands and are approved by council adoption as an amendment to the zoning bylaw. Approximately 1,900 exception zones were reviewed. We've brought that down to approximately 700 exception zones that have been carried forward to the zoning bylaw and renumbered. It is noted that all previously council-adopted zoning bylaw amendments up to May 9th, 2025 have been consolidated into the version that is online, which is a September 2025 zoning bylaw. The A-series schedules or maps illustrate where zones are applied. So we prepared an overall key map, and then each of those areas are then divided into 10 geographic areas given the sheer scale of the county. Upon passing of the new zoning bylaw by county council, the county will publish the print PDF schedules. Those schedules will serve as a record of what was adopted and in force and effect at the time of county council adoption. These maps and schedules have been prepared through Geographic Information Systems software, so county GIS staff will upload the schedules as data layers to your online GIS viewer. It is anticipated that the schedules in the online GIS viewer will be continually updated as new amendments to the zoning bylaw are passed. We recognize the significant importance of the county's agricultural industry and have worked with county staff and groups representative of the county's agricultural community to improve upon the provisions for agricultural uses and on-farm diversified uses. Input was received from the winery and agricultural community at the statutory public meeting and following the meeting, including in recent days. This included requests for review of the proposed on-farm diversified uses, or OFDU, provisions and their applicability against current farming and winery operations and practices. In the final zoning bylaw, a review of the definitions has been undertaken to clarify that OFDU uses, such as a farm cafe and shop, farm produce outlet, may sell any products produced in Canada. A new section specific to OFDUs for wineries is included in section 3.3.3 of the final zoning bylaw, subject to consistency with the 2024 PPS and the provincial guidelines on permitted uses in Ontario's prime agricultural areas. That's publication 851, as I mentioned before, which do limit OFDU uses and size. The county official plan also requires that OFDUs be consistent with the PPS and publication 851. Comments from members of the community, local groups, and external agencies were received on the final draft zoning bylaw that was presented at the April 2025 statutory public meeting. This slide summarizes the key changes made to the document since that draft. Other changes may include those with respect to the exceptions and site-specific mapping items. I'm not going to review those as part of this presentation. We'd be here for a while. So in terms of the key changes, so the farm definitions as shown on the screen have been revised to clarify, as I mentioned, that retail of products produced anywhere in Canada is permitted. The previous definitions limited retail to products produced on the farm only. This came up as a comment at the public meeting, and we wanted to ensure that, and I think it speaks to what's happening in our country and our economic diversity and breaking down barriers. for trade and supporting local. Special setback provisions have been revised as per comments from the Quinte Conservation. For example, the erosion hazards now have a 6-meter horizontal distance, dynamic beach hazards 6-meter setback, Waring's Creek 50 meters, including top of bank, tributaries, wetlands, or other features that provide groundwater discharge to the creek, inland escarpments 30 meters, unless a slope stability study is completed with associated recommendations. The B series schedules, which are the source intake protection zones, previously there were 8 schedules, now we're proposing 4. And the previous B series included intake protection zones 3A and 3B, which we received comments that these levels do not need to be included in the zoning schedules. As mentioned, we are aiming for council consideration of the zoning bylaw on October 21st. However, if amendments are needed, we may need to push that to November 10th, 2025. Following adoption of the new comprehensive zoning bylaw by County Council, the county will issue a notice of decision. There would be a 20-day appeal period from the date of the notice of decision. Should there be no appeals, the new zoning bylaw would be in full force and effect. Our thanks in particular to Scott Portum and Angela Buonamici with the County Planning Department, with whom we have really enjoyed working with. Our gratitude to members of the community who have engaged with the project team throughout the course of the zoning bylaw and attended one of our many public open houses and meetings here in the county. So on behalf of our WSP team, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation, Nadia. Madam Clerk, I guess I can turn to the committee and ask if they have any questions for Nadia or Scott or any of the planning staff, we'll call it, say. So, members of the committee.
Questions?
Questions first, and then
To staff should actually wait till 7.2.
you want to wait
So
till
just to the
just to
consultant
Nadia at
for
this
now.
point. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Question for Nadia, Councillor Brainy?
Yes, Natty, how are you? Just wanted to ask, so just that everybody watching this and just that it doesn't get, so all lots that are under, I believe you said the 15 hectares, they are legal non-conforming. I guess I get stuck with that non-conforming. I just want people, basically what you're trying to say is they're grandfathered.
Correct, through you, Mr. Chair. So the new rural zone requires a minimum lot area of 10 hectares. So for any properties that are zoned rural that have less than 10 hectares are grandfathered, meaning their use can continue. It would be considered a legally non-complying. So non-complying, the way I learned it as a young planner many years ago, was the L in non-complying means zoning bylaw. So it doesn't comply with the minimum lot area, but the use is still allowed to continue. And should those properties wish to redevelop, then they would need to look at what the other rural zone provisions say to be compliant. But they can continue as they are, no issue.
And the last question I have for you, farm cafe, trying to understand, are there any farm cafes in Prince Edward County? What does that mean?
Through your chair, county's large. I try to visit different businesses when I am here. A farm cafe would be, little, coffee shop in a little farm. Farm cafe was used as part of one of the members of public comments, but, a little, a machine that has a little coffee, not a full-on coffee shop, but a little farm cafe. Maybe there's baked goods that are being baked there, and you can have a coffee there. So a little farm cafe.
Okay, thank you.
Hagerman Farms.
Pardon me?
Hagerman Farms.
Yes.
Good example.
Okay, thank you.
Good coffee, good baked goods. Councillor McNaughton, I had you next.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about rural zones for a moment. It's now we have rules that are somewhat permissive from the province regarding urban residential or any residential lots where we can include additional units as of right. Now, in the R1 zone, as we see before us, as it's written here, R1 is continuing with similar parameters to to the prior bylaw, not exact, but similar, and excludes more sort of formal inclusions like a duplex or a triplex in the R1 zone. And so if someone did buy a house, for example, I'm going to take my house, I'm not doing this, taking it as an example, I have a 1,400 square foot home that could certainly be turned into a duplex. As it stands, I would have to do a rezoning within the confines of this bylaw. Is that correct? If it's currently in R1. Okay, I can get a page reference referring to the chart.
We have it through your chair. I just want to clarify the question by the committee member. Because your comment first started with additional residential dwelling units, and then you went to duplex. So if I could get clarification on the question, please.
So what I'm trying to understand is, are duplexes, semi-detached forms, and triplexes something that is currently going, or with this zoning bylaw, going to be permitted in R1 as of right?
Through the chair, so those building types have specific definitions and they're not permitted in R1.
Yeah.
If you have a single detached dwelling and you would like to use some of that space for an additional dwelling unit and then have a second unit either through a garden suite, or let's say you have a garage and you want to put a loft.
At 50% the size. Yeah.
That's as of right.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is, based on, I think I was thinking based on, I mean, we've been talking about this zoning bylaw for years, and I think I imagined we would see a softening of the Zone 1 parameters to include more aspects of Zone 2 or Zone 4. And I don't think we're seeing that here. And I'm just wondering if there are if there are other municipalities you're aware of that make provisions to for increasing those zoning options on, for example, an R1 property without having to do a full rezoning, so that you could actually increase the units on a property without without compromising their size or quality, like a garden suite. Like, you know, instead, if you want to make an affordable triplex, for example, with the same lot coverage, with the same size of building, you currently, what we're looking at says you're going to have to do a rezoning, which reduces affordability. So I'm just wondering if there's some understanding of how people could maximize housing on their property, you know, significant housing, not just a granny suite, to ensure that there are, to ensure that we can do it without a rezoning, for example.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'm just looking at the digital copy.
If staff want to comment, I can reserve that question for...
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Councillor, committee member. So there's two... Okay, to answer your question, every municipality is different in terms of their R1 zones. And there are, depending on the municipality, depending on the existing housing fabric, the urban fabric and lot patterns, there are some municipalities who enable more housing, more built forms in an R1 zone. So for example, one of our Northern Ontario municipalities is looking at allowing semi-detached in an R1 zone, because right now they only have singles, which, isn't, is okay, but they are looking at just adding semi-detached to an R1 zone. So it's not a carte blanche. It's what, each municipality wants to achieve. And I just want to reconfirm that there are, with different housing types, singles, semis, triplexes, there are different provisions, setbacks, height requirements, etc. If you are in an R1 zone and you wish to have a triplex, then yes, you'd have to go for a rezoning to an R3. If you are in an R1 zone, as I said earlier, and you want to add another unit, you don't need a zoning bylaw amendment. Any serviced residential property that has a single, semi, or townhouse can do an additional 2 units on their lot as of right. No zoning amendment required.
For smaller units. So,
yes.
yeah, okay. So I'm just wondering, so we've seen new lots of record be added in the past couple of years that have been created as zone 1s. Is zone 4 something that would be, maybe this is a question for staff, and I would reserve that question if you don't want to answer it and think it's better resting with our staff members. So with encouraging as many housing types as possible and looking for a better mix of housing in areas which are primarily single-family dwellings on individual R1 lots, looking for flexibility, I think, for new lots or more flexibility for new lots, I think is a really good idea, personally. I'm just wondering, as we go forward, if R1 is going to be seen as something of a sort of historic lot type, or if we're going to be continuing to see more R1s get created. And this, I would, if the chair's okay with our staff answering.
Sure. If they're ready to answer, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't think the R1 zone is going to be something that's kind of going to be viewed as outdated, because the update does allow for additional dwelling units. So you could potentially have 3 dwelling units on a property in that R1 zone. And the R1 zone is typically going to be the older neighborhoods in the settlement areas that have kind of an existing fabric of small lots with single detached dwellings on them. Now, going forward with new developments, that's something that staff would be looking at in discussions with developers looking for new subdivisions, that portions of those subdivisions we would be looking for more of a variety of housing types. And so we would be looking for, sections of it that might be suitable for some of the other zones, whether it's an R4 zone that permits kind of the higher density uses, such as stacked townhouse dwellings, or other types of units like that, townhouses as well. So I think there's, going forward, new developments are going to have a broader range of residential zones in them. But I don't think the existing R1 is going to be looked at as something that's out of date.
Okay, so I was thinking specifically about infill. I'll reserve further questions for further rounds and then for the staff, unless.
Okay, and it looks like Manager of Planning Bonamici has a response as well.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, the R1 zone, if you look at the lot requirements, this is the only zone that can be on partial services or private services. So that's why the housing form is limited to just single detached dwellings. If, if a new development is providing different typologies, we probably wouldn't put it in an R1. So like existing, as Scott said, the existing stable neighborhoods, partial services or private services would most likely be the R1 zone that we would gear it towards. New subdivisions in that would probably go through one of the other R zones. That helps. But they're still allowed to have the additional dwelling unit, garden suite, those as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Grasso and then Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the staff here, can you clarify why wineries are treated differently than cideries and breweries and distilleries under the section 3.3.3?
Could you reference the page, Sam?
The
Councillor Grasso.
page is page 63. It just states wineries here, but it doesn't state any brewery or cider house or. She had that soundbite.
Sorry. Through you, Chair. So, that's section 3.3.3, on farm diversified uses with a winery. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct, yes.
So, this was specific for wineries, and I think we have a general, there is also another section with just on-farm diversified uses, I believe, in section 3.3.2. So if there's a brewery or a cidery who, and the business owner would like to add an OFDU, the provisions of section 3.3.2 would apply. The reason why there is a distinction is through comments received, there was our understanding, a desire to have OFDUs with a winery clearly spelled out in the zoning bylaw is the high-level answer there. And so it was just to acknowledge, the participation by the Wine Growers Association as well. And I know that there's breweries and cideries that exist here, but there was some an appetite to make that distinction through section 3.3.3.
Oh,
Sure.
can we add just to 3.3.3? Can we add the distilleries and breweries to that portion of it? The feds don't, the federal government and the province don't make any.
Through the chair to Councillor Grasso. The reason they weren't provided was we do have a lot of breweries or some breweries in urban areas as well as distilleries. They don't what we have seen, they haven't relied on the farming aspect like wineries do. So that's why they weren't put in here, but that is something we can potentially look at. So that is kind of the main issue.
If we can add that, yeah, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you. Going to the OFDUs again, I noted that it must be owned by the farmer. But realistically, for a lot of farmers, if they don't have somebody putting some cash up, they can't go ahead and do that. And I feel there should be something in there that would qualify, whether it be a partner within the farming or some sort of legal agreement, because to me that restricts a farmer outright. And also, something else that I am concerned about, as we all know, in the county, we're looking for jobs all the time. And I believe if we got we'll say, winery that can put up a venue that's maybe out of the way and no neighbors mind it being there, and yet we're restricting them to 40 people, 20 events in a year. And once again, I feel it's time that the county gets active, tries to encourage more jobs in this county, and to me, as it sets right now, it discourages in those sectors.
Was there a question there? Yeah.
Pretty basic. Could be some sort of response. Either I go to lunch or there's things that might make sense.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can perhaps provide a response there. In regard to the ownership issue, I mean, if there's an investor that's involved with the winery, that would be something that would be handled in behind the scenes. In my opinion, that would be something that would be handled as, you know, an investment in the business or part ownership stake in the property. So that would be handled in that respect, not necessarily through the zoning. I guess there was a comment as well about restrictions related to seating capacity and number of events, and I'm not sure if the councillor was relating specifically to a particular property, but I know there is one particular zone. In fact, it might be discussed a little bit later here tonight, where those exact figures were in the zoning. And that is something that was carried forward through the existing zoning into this new zoning bylaw. We have had discussions with a representative of that property owner, and we are looking at changing that so that that can be in line with the on-farm diversified uses or winery provisions that are allowed generally. But like I say, those particular numbers I know are specific to one particular property that was developed as a winery back around 2009.
Follow up?
Sure.
Getting back once again must be owned by the farmer. I would feel a lot more comfortable if there was something in this right from the get-go that says that would be allowed. Because all we do, if we pass it, first person that it comes up in the future, they're back, you know, and you got to change the rules again. And I would prefer, as we move ahead, to try to cover some of these areas, rather some areas covered, some they aren't. Yep. So is there time for changes along the...
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can provide a response there as well. Certainly there's time for some fairly quick changes. If there's, you know, straightforward changes, deleting a provision or making a simple word change, that sort of thing, that's something that can be done before it goes to council for final approval. I guess I would add that the on-farm diversified use provisions don't speak to ownership, and in fact zoning doesn't speak to ownership as much as it's a tool to regulate use. So we don't speak to ownership in planning documents. It's specifically use.
Okay. Other questions for Nadia? Not seeing any? I do have, and then I'll come back to you because I know you asked about round two, Councillor McNaughton.
It can wait for staff round though, if Nadia's sticking around.
The staff round, okay. All right. This is directly for you, Nadia. You'd mentioned the appealability of the bylaw pretty much at the beginning. Who can appeal and under what grounds?
Through Mr. Chair, so appeal rights rely on either an oral submission or a written submission, ideally before council, but usually it's before the statutory public meeting or tonight's follow-up meeting as well. The appeal rights rest with the landowner. And the appeal, grounds for appeal need to identify, and this is on the application form, how the use is not consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement. How the, so whatever provision in the zoning bylaw, how that is inconsistent with the provincial planning statement. How a provision does not conform with the county official plan. And whether or not it's good land use planning and is desirable for development and in the public interest. So there has to be grounds, land use planning grounds for an appeal.
Okay.
And those documents have to be identified and the specific policies need to be provided in the application for an appeal. And only those who have, again, provided written comment, oral comment, have the appeal rights, and it has to be the landowner, not, a business operator if they don't own the land. It has to be the registered property owner.
Okay, and what about a general appeal from, I'll say, an environmental group?
Again, if there's, if that environmental group has provided written or oral comments, yes, they would have grounds for appeal. They would not be the registered property owner, but they would be considered as a special interest group or a community group, and that's permissible as well.
And it must be specific to
They would
a
still,
particular property, or
no, it
just
can
in
be
general?
it can be in general,
Okay,
but again, it's still how it's not consistent with the provincial planning statement, how it doesn't conform to the official plan, how it doesn't meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw, why it's not good land use planning, desirable, or in the public interest.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to understand how a potential appeal might go forward.
And there is a cost. I forget what the fee is, but there is a fee to submit the application for an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, which is different from a typical OLT appeal, land tribunal appeal.
No,
where the rules were changed dramatically.
Yes, but I don't know what the fees are anymore. But yeah, there is an application form, and then the fee, and all that's on the Ontario Land Tribunal's website.
Okay, and with regards to, I believe it's page 484, if it helps you. Get there myself. The matrix for the questions.
Oh, the comment.
Or comments, yes, the comments matrix. With regards to the various setbacks from, let's say, ANSIs and significant wetlands, all of those.
Oh,
thanks.
yes. What's this?
Yeah, well, I have to find it first. Okay. I wrote down the page number, but.
Sorry.
So what I'd like to know is, and just in general, the numbers, because I know there were comments made by the public that I'm not sure if it was you or Scott or planning staff had basically took the comments and did not incorporate them. And specifically where a 30-meter setback would be increased to 50, things like that. And what I'm wondering is, are those types of setbacks, are they typical of most municipalities in the province?
One moment, please.
Yeah, oh no, I'll give you a chance to find it, yeah. Page 484 of 529 is what I have.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Or page 10 of the comments.
The 30 meters and the 120 meters, those are the setbacks that are provided by the province. Those are standard across Ontario. The comment regarding the development should not be permitted within 50 meters of an identified wetland. Again, 50 meters is not in any provincial policy planning statement policies, the Natural Heritage Manual. And for those reasons for that, and also the county's official plan has the setback provisions, which were consistent with the 2020 provincial policy statement, but those setbacks have not changed in the provincial planning statement. So those are the reasons why these comments were not included. Yeah, so they're in conformity with the county official plan, and also today they would be consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. Go ahead.
I can wait until after it's on the floor if you prefer, because
Okay.
I think it's maybe a question for both staff and the consultant.
Okay, all right. We'll hold you. You'll be number one when we get there. Is there anyone else that has any questions for Nadia regarding the presentation? Seeing none, okay. Could I get a mover and seconder to receive, as per the motion 4.1? Councillor McNaughton, seconded by Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. McNaughton Roberts motion that the presentation by Nadia DeSanti, WSP, regarding Prince Edward County's final comprehensive zoning bylaw issued for adoption be received.
Okay. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we are now at 7.2, and I have a list of 6 in-person members of the public and 2 virtually, but we'll start with the in-person who have pre-registered for comments. And Dan Sullivan. Is Dan here? You're first on my list. I think you've been here before, Dan, so you're familiar.
Yeah, a lot's changed since the last time I was here.
Some has changed. So I'll remind you, you have 3 minutes.
Yep.
And, yeah.
So anyway, you have my pre-written comments in front of you, and right off the top, I'd like to say that it's been a much more sort of two-way conversation about the development of our community in the wine industry. So I'd like to thank our planning department and our council for facilitating that on behalf of our industry. So anyway, there are, however, a couple of meaningful things. There's been some good progress made on some of the permitted uses and things for sale at wineries, but I think that there are some significant things that that still need to be addressed. First of all, as I noted in my submission in publication 851, it clearly does allow for the municipality to consider the specific needs of the stakeholders in the community and the agricultural community in the adoption of policy. So while the provincial policy statement may claim that or state that there are guidelines, the municipality does have it as at its discretion the ability to make their own decisions as to what the best supporting zoning bylaws are to ensure that. And the reason why I bring this up is the particular type of businesses that we're in are what are called specialty agriculture, and they do hold the highest value of land use in prime ag, and these are extremely valuable things that have required a huge amount of investment and time and capital and everything on behalf of the stakeholders and the county. And by restricting them, particularly at a critical time where a lot of these are changing hands and maybe new prospective owners of them, may want to purchase one of these properties, but if they're faced with the inability to do the kinds of developments or improvements to make it a profitable enterprise for them, then I think what it may do is discourage or curtail the sale of these properties. And I have some big concerns that we're at a critical time, and that for us to overly restrict by saying 2%, so if you've got a 40-acre farm, 2% of that is 0.8 acres. There's not a lot that you can do, especially if you're including parking on that property. So by creating these specific restrictions, I think what you're doing is you're endangering the viability of some of the farming operations.
You have 20 seconds, Dan.
So I'll kind of leave it at that. And from our standpoint, I think that we've been pretty good in playing ball with you guys. We've moved off of the distinction between rural and prime ag. So we're trying to work with the with the municipality to have a good policy. And I'll just leave it at that. But note that you guys. There are decisions that are made on a bureaucratic level and decisions that are made on a political level. And you guys, I believe, have within your power the decision to set policy based on what the stakeholders of the community are feeding back to you. And I would ask that you defer your decision until further consultation can be done and we can come up with a policy that incorporates that principle. And thank you, Councillor Pinnell, for digging at that particular element of creating jobs and making the county a good place to invest. So thanks.
Okay, don't go anywhere, Dan.
Okay.
Questions from the committee? Councillor Brainy.
Just one. Before I begin, Dan, I just want to thank you for your collaboration and how much time you spent and thanking our planning staff. I know there's been some really good collaboration over the last 5 or 6 months, and I do appreciate that. I don't think people around the table understand how much time not only the community and being an ambassador with the wine industry, but also provincially and nationally. You're a real asset to have as a team member to collaborate with. But I guess the one question I had for you, Dan, was you mentioned about, and it's certainly concern of many of us around the table, there seems to be a real trend with wineries, establishments that are on the market up for sale. Do you feel that there's any light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, with trying to see that there's an uptick? And I know that I had a conversation the other day with one of the winery owners, and 2014 we had 40 wineries in Prince Edward County. I believe we're down to 20 now, so that's concerning. And I think some of the things that we can work on in here might enhance that. But can you tell me just a little bit more about concerns with?
Sure. Yeah. So I think we're kind of in the best and worst of times right now. So obviously with some of the global things going on, it's been encouraging that people are drinking more local wine. But I think one of the things that we really need to do is build the case with both the public and prospective investors or people that are willing to purchase properties here that there is some value added to what we are doing here in Prince Edward County. And one of the best ways that we can do that is by allowing people to have a more immersive experience with us. And sometimes that requires having more parking space and more public space for people to enjoy it. And I think that this thing has been proven time and time again with other famous wine regions around the world, Chianti, Napa Valley, the list goes on. And what they have done is they have created a connection with consumers through a shared experience. And that is something that we should be deeply, deeply encouraging here in Prince Edward County. And if we can do that and allow the permitted uses to let people have a truly, memorable, immersive, powerful experience, including whatever hospitality things that are required to support that, then that is the way that we are going to succeed. We can't compete making commodity wine, for example. South Africa and Chile will always be cheaper than us, but they don't pay living wages and they don't hire Ontarians. We do. And all the money that we're creating goes back into our communities in the creation of the jobs, the people, even the secondary businesses that come here. And this is why these specialty agricultural areas are recognized as being so powerful. And so if we turn our back on that and tie one hand behind our back in the development of these, then you're probably right, Chris, they probably will go away. So that's the reason why it's not just because that we're asking for this. There are specific reasons, and that's one of them.
I just wanted you to know I'm going to be bringing forward an amending motion that I've worked on with our planning staff that we're hoping will find some way forward.
Thank you. And we're willing to work with you guys as collaboratively as we need to. And it's a bad time of the year for me because we're right in the middle of harvest, but I'll put aside whatever time is needed to try and get this across the finish line for everybody's benefit. So thanks.
Okay, Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to talk to us again. So I just need to clarify my understanding, because what I thought I read in this zoning bylaw draft was quite a bit more permissive as a right than the last one. So it looked like it allowed an avenue for a lot more on-farm diversified activity without any sort of public process than the prior one, which is great. But still leaves the option for a larger development to come forward with an application for an amendment, for example.
So for a zoning bylaw amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you still have that right.
Right.
So you've got all these new additional rights that this draft allows. However, you still have the right to always work through the planning process to do something that's larger, that's going to take up a larger land, land dedication, which I think a public process might be the best place for that, because we do need to measure our farmable acres as precious. They're gold and critical, and every time we put in a parking lot, we lose those acres. So I think for those larger developments, my personal feeling would be a public process is desirable on top of what's already permitted if we go forward with the zoning bylaw as is. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts of that, balancing the needs of the community, I would say the global community, to preserve as much farmland as we can, knowing that it is a resource that we are losing, and knowing that there are additional rights provided in the zoning bylaw draft, and also understanding that you still have the right to come forward. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts. So I guess the first one is that a lot of what is permitted under the proposed zoning bylaw is consistent with on-farm diversified use in publication 851, which is the OMAF publication. And I'd like to point out actually that one of the things that is not permitted under the proposed zoning bylaw is the ability to have a B&B type operation, whereas on the publication 851 statement, it actually specifically does permit a B&B operation on prime ag land. So I'm just wondering why this was not included as part of the on-farm diversified use, as I stated in my submission. The other thing is that when it comes to on-farm diversified use, in my opinion, there are the elements of it that are specifically useful to I believe there are uses that are getting people there and storing people there, sort of, and then there are all the secondary things where people really experience it. People don't really experience a parking lot except that they don't have a place to park and they get angry and they leave. So I think that by maybe backing out some elements of that, or by liberalizing what the on-farm diversified uses, particularly in the instance of smaller properties, it may be a more prudent approach to say, that we'll allow a little bit more of that. The simple thing is that if it's a parking lot, and as long as it's not paved, it can always be turned back into farmland. But the other thing that I'll put to you is that if the operation folds and it's a specialty agriculture because they don't have the supporting sort of suite of amenities that are available to them, or it's too expensive to access them, or it's discouraging by the municipality to do so, then what happens is they fold up their tent and go away. And as Chris noted, we're already starting to see signs of that. And so what we really need is we need a policy that says, hey, we're okay with this. We're going to streamline a few things for you folks that want to get into the industry or take over another business. There's a path forward to prosperity for you. And hey, we're going to let that happen.
Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, it's always really good to have you here. I'm glad you're a frequent visitor. We always learn something, and what we learn is very important. Sandor Johnson of Potter Settlement Winery up in Tweed invited me there this past weekend to take a look. And when you said we can't be producing just commodity wines, we need to do high-end quality wines and provide an experience. Is what he's doing there, I mean, Tweed of all places, is what he's doing there kind of where we need to go? I mean, he's got those international partnerships with Stag's Leap. He's got people from all over the planet coming to see him and buying high-end wines that win gold medals all over the place. Is that a direction that we need to go? And I did not know that we've gone from 40-odd wineries down to 20. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but what I do know is that there's an awful lot of properties that are on the market that the original founders are starting to age out a little bit on them, and so yeah, I think we're at a real inflection point as far as that goes. I got to say, Sandor has done a remarkable job up there, and frankly, in my estimation, with less in the way of natural gifts as far as terroir and climate and everything else go. And I will point out also, Bill, that a number of wineries here in Prince Edward County, including our own, have been internationally recognized for the quality of wines that we're doing. So all that to say that we've arrived, but in the world of wine, there's arriving and really being on the scene for a while, and being on the scene for a while doesn't even happen until you've been around for 50 or 100 years. So anyway, yeah, I do think that the path that Sandor's taking and the kind of buzz that is around there is something that we should be pursuing, and the county really does in many ways punch above its weight as far as reputation goes, and I think that has been a big catalyst in a lot of the other things that have gone on here. We're one of the best food destinations in Ontario, and I'll put to you that probably doesn't happen without a wine or cider or spirit or beer industry. So yeah,
I agree with everything you've just said. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Sullivan? No? Okay. Thanks, Dan.
Okay. Thanks, folks.
Next, Don Williams.
Can Brittany go first?
Sure. She was going to follow you, so if you guys want to...
Well, let's do it the other way.
You want... Ladies before gentlemen, how's that?
Then she's got a lot more important.
Okay, so we'll go to Brittany Denowden from Struisvogel, if I said it correctly, Ranch Brittany, please go ahead, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Ferguson and members of council. My name is Brittany Denowden, and my husband Caleb and I own and operate Strucewogo Ranch. I spoke in March about the draft zoning bylaw and the 2 issues that we wanted to see resolved. I'm here to speak a second time on those same 2 issues, and these issues were resolved for the operating wineries, the agriculture-related uses, which we're very happy to see for the wineries. So thank you for those changes for them. But for some reason, it excluded farms, so on-farm diversified uses. So we were just kind of here again just to question what caused the additional restrictions on farms compared to wineries. So the zoning bylaw is a tough document to get through. There are more than 200 pages added to the document from the last version. So I'm sure some of you may be unaware that these changes were only made for wineries, not for farms. And so the zoning bylaw is only amended so often, and I realize this process has taken a lengthy time. You're probably ready just to complete it all. But for this reason, we need these changes now for farmers before it starts to kill the agritourism that we do have in PEC. So I think it's important that I read the bylaw definition of agritourism so we understand what this is that we're placing restrictions on. So agritourism use means a farm-related activity that provides the public with the opportunity to experience agricultural operations for education, recreation, or enjoyment purposes, and includes such uses as farm tours, seasonal festivals, corn mazes, petting farms, and similar uses. So starting an agritourism business is hard, and this draft zoning bylaw has an underlying theme that every farm innovation needs supervision and strict government oversight, and it is making it even harder. More importantly, it will make it less likely that the next generation might even start an agritourism business in PEC. So we're asking for the same 2 things that we asked in March, and that is, number 1, let's not require site plan control for every on-farm diversified use. So right now, some changes were made that a winery can, let's say, add a 100-seat patio without site plan control, but a beef farmer selling burgers to families requires a site plan. So that doesn't make sense, and it's not what the provincial policy statement meant by supporting diversified farms. So we're not asking for exemptions, we're just asking for equal treatment. So site plan control is a costly and time-consuming exercise. So just another example, a friend of my son's is 14 years old. He grew his own pumpkins, and he's able to sell those pumpkins at the side of the road without a site plan. However, if he wanted to let people pick their own pumpkins in his field, he now would require a site plan. And I know it seems extreme, and everyone could think, well, this would actually never happen. But that's what the bylaw does state. And so it just takes one neighbor complaining, one neighbor not liking that pumpkin patch beside you, and the bylaw is going to win every time.
You have 15 seconds.
Sorry?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. So then, whether you're starting a small pumpkin farm or whether you have a large farm, it now requires a site plan application worth thousands of dollars, plus consulting fees. So under the PEC's draft, any new on-farm diversified use automatically triggers site plan control no matter what scale it may be. And so the second thing that we're also asking is please remove the 25-meter building separation rule for OFDUs and the 2% land use restriction. So again, we have this restriction. I don't believe it also applies to the PEC wineries or our neighboring municipalities, so we ask for the same equal treatment.
Brittany, could you wrap it up, please?
So those are 2 issues that we're looking for. If we can tell great farmers that they need flexibility, but make everyone else stay within these restrictions, it just doesn't seem fair, so we're just hopefully looking at pumpkin patches, other farms, not having to involve a planner. That just seems extreme. So we would like you to please take these issues back and at a minimum just treat farmers equally to the wineries.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee for Brittany? Anyone have a question for her? No? Okay. Thank you, Brittany.
Sorry, I do have a question maybe for staff.
No, not for staff, for the commenter or deputant. there will be an opportunity to ask more questions of staff when the motion's on the floor. At that time, I see them madly making notes, so I'm hoping that staff will be responding to some of the comments that are made by the public, as we normally do. Okay. So no questions from committee? Okay, thank you very much, Brittany. Don Williams is next.
I'd give her my 3 minutes. And Dan, I would think this would be a really good year for selling liquor, because the way the rest of us farmers are dealing with this weather and everything else, I would think alcohol would be a big part of it. So, good evening, everyone.
So I'll just remind you, Don.
Yes, yeah. Good evening, everyone.
I should, before you get started, I should clarify the reason it's a 3-minute time limit is most everybody has already had an opportunity to speak at the previous public meeting where everybody had 5. So I just want that to be made clear to everybody. I'm not trying to be really prescriptive with the time. I'm following our procedure bylaw. So Don, you have 3 minutes.
It won't insult me at all if you yell at me. So I'm Don Williams. I'm Vice President of the Prince Edward Federation of Agriculture, and we represent over 300 farm businesses located in Prince Edward County that are proudly growing food to feed our community, country, and the world. We are part of a vibrant and innovative industry striving to feed and growing population more efficiency. I am here to comment, to repeat the comments from last April regarding the site plan under section 331H. We believe this section could be greatly improved in order to reduce barriers farmers are implementing on-farm diversified uses in their business. On-farm diversification contributes to the economical viability and helps farm succession planning while support rural developments. I will now refer to the Ontario Federation of Agriculture Public Resource on OFDU and site plan control. OFA urges municipalities to adopt OFDUs as of right within the municipality official plan and zoning bylaw with precise size and scale development criteria based on consistent scale standards proposed in the provincial OMAF guidelines. As a right of policy, will assist in the planning and approval and recognition of what's considered to be appropriate size and scale. OFA suggests that municipalities scale back application fees, which is a big one, simplify requirements and streamline processing the process for farmers looking to establish OFDUs where appropriate and feasible, ensuring a timely and affordable planning approval process is critical to enable farmers the opportunity to enhance the viability through diversification in the business. PIFA would recommend a short list development of on-farm development or diversification uses permitted as right and exempt from site plans, which will reduce red tape. For example, agritourism activities with low impact that have low impact on municipal services like pumpkin patches and sugar bushes. Furthermore, to echo Brittany's comments back in April, another idea to take a tier approach where low impact uses under certain size, for example, smaller than 30 meters building, that don't change parking, draining service are exempt, and larger, more complex projects still go through the full review.
You have 20 seconds.
To conclude,
yeah. You're good.
To conclude, on behalf of Prince Edward Federation of Agriculture, we appreciate the opportunity and thank you for all your time that you put into this. So.
Don't go anywhere.
Sorry. That's
yeah, that's my job. Questions from the committee. Councillor Brainy and then Councillor Grosso.
Kind of similar to what I said to Dan. Don, thanks for coming forward. I enjoy sitting around that Fed table with you, and you know, it's once again, people don't realize the time and effort that people put in. You've been farming out here for a long time, Don, so.
Yep.
I think part of our dilemma with what we're dealing with on council too, which is, I feel a lot of us feel setbacks, some provincial regulations that obviously hinder some of the things we have to do. Where have you, do you see any light at the end of the tunnel with provincial regulations at all? It really seems to impact so many of the things that we're doing out here, and it's discouraging. How do you feel about it?
Yes, discouraging is a good word. It's very frustrating too, and for many times, but unfortunately, diversification is a big factor. And also with that, you're dealing with economy of scale. So we've got some bigger farms, but yet we need to diversify and everything else. So what you do, you just keep plugging and try to find your way through it. And because some of it, and there's a really cool concept out there. It's called common sense. And it's completely gone. And if some of these yo-yos just thought for a second, we'd be so better off. And that's why we need to, as agriculture, do a lot of education and explain to them. And for those that don't know me, I'm the 7th generation. And we have the 8th working on the farm with me. And so this is more than a job. It's our life, and it's our forefathers worked darn hard, and the crap that they dealt with too, and we got to keep fighting and keep moving. So, but anyway.
Councillor Grosso and then Councillor Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the way you explained that is that's just amazing. It's
thank you.
It's a hard trade.
It is, yes.
Can you talk a little bit about maybe how the tariffs have affected the industry and what challenges you're facing now?
Well, I'm in the dairy industry and cash crops. So the cash crops are tough. Like a lot of our stuff goes through BD Seeds, and which does a enormous business in Asia and everything else. So far, that's been good, as long as Mr. Trump keeps his face out of it. To be honest, the milk terrifies me. We've got literally millions of dollars invested in quota, and it has proven itself time and time again how this works. We're optimistic. We've got to be. We've been fighting this for umpteen years, but if we're not pushing ahead, then we just get behind, and you don't get ahead by standing still. So you got to get out there and keep going. So
thank you very much, and keep fighting the good fight.
Okay. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you, Don, for your comments.
No problem.
I haven't seen you here commenting in a while. So you're looking for kind of a unified policy that would work for both situations?
Yes. Well, I would say that, and I was a little confused at the start when we were talking about it at the meetings, but in my understanding, when your husband was there, like there is some ridiculous charges if you want to make a change to have people look at it and to see whether it can be done or not. And I would love to be corrected on that, think that that's wrong. But there has been. Is that yes, I've been corrected, or no, that yes, it's there? Sorry, am I allowed to do that?
Continue on.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so like there needs to be, and I think these smaller scales, and we're not saying the large ones, we don't have to do planning, because we do. We have to protect the neighbor farms, but there's got to be a little discretion, and then common sense comes back into it too.
So you mean like a sliding scale of fees based on the
Yeah, I'm
complexity?
kind of sticking my neck out. That's my opinion. That I think that, I think that probably something like that. Like there's smaller, and that's what the provincial OFA was talking about, was that the smaller size buildings, and sometimes to that size, of the buildings, biosecurity kicks in on some of that stuff with animals, and we need to keep some distances from the different places. But that all depends on the development too, so if that doesn't confuse you too much.
Okay. Any, Councillor Pennell?
Oh boy, here we go.
Thanks for everything you do.
Oh, you're welcome.
But having said that,
Oh boy.
Oh, you're in for it now, Don.
I'm an old-timer, and in this county, the only way farming has survived through the years, people used to do everything to make a dollar. Now, we put all restrictions on everything. If you're gonna make a dollar, we're gonna charge you big bucks to make that dollar. And I really think, as we look ahead to the economy of this county, we've got to get a few different ideas on how we go ahead. And roadblocks are great if you need the roadblock.
Ooh, that's deep, but good. Yeah.
But I think as we move ahead, people have got to be able to trust
Absolutely.
that we're thinking outside of the box.
Well, no, and that was what I was just gonna say, outside the box. Yep. But we've also have to do it
Within reason.
within reason. And you pointed that out many times tonight, so that's good. Like your comment.
Okay.
Well, doing a good job.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up or any further questions. Thank you very much, Don. So next is Lori Ann Toman. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. Okay, Lori, welcome. Please state your, well, I've introduced you, Lori Ann Toman.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes, Lori.
Thank you. It's my first time. Good evening, everyone. I'm addressing the bylaws that talk about on-farm diversified uses or value-added agriculture. We've heard about wineries, we've heard about farms, operating farms, and tonight I want to talk more about food production, dairy production, on-site dairy processing. The present zoning bylaws do not support on-farm value-added small-scale food processing. There are right now no accommodations in the present bylaws for on-farm diversified uses, which in Canada are a key, if not a vital, to farm business success, as they allow farmers to supplement their primary income with secondary uses like agritourism, retail markets, and value-added products, while maintaining the agricultural integrity of farmland zoned as agriculturally zoned farmland. The present bylaws do not accommodate or support a transformation of raw agricultural products into premium offerings through value-added processing to boost increasing farm profitability from 40 to 200%, apart from wineries, breweries, and so on. I looked into setting up a small-scale dairy plant on my farm to make cheese from local farm milk. My background in agriculture, dairy processing, and food security spans decades. I'm a cheesemaker with extensive knowledge in all areas of dairy processing. I've worked collaboratively with provincial and federal inspectors, the BC Milk Marketing Board, BC Centre for Disease Control, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, OMAFRA, NWT, Ministry of Agriculture, and I've developed unique cheese products and applications for the Dairy Innovation Program through the Dairy Farmers of Canada. Currently, I am certified to manage a provincially licensed dairy processing plant. Setting up a small-scale cheese plant would not have made me rich by any means. No. But it would have enabled me to make a living on my land, keep the agricultural integrity of my farm intact. It would have enabled agritourism and employed some locals. I would have used local cow milk. Moreover, it would have been a historical comeback story. There was a time in Prince Edward County when food production was not only a national affair.
You have 30 seconds, Laurie.
Okay. God. There were at one point in time in this county 30 operating small cheese companies. I'm here this evening because the current zoning bylaws that are being presented tonight, it promotes, supports, and is more enabling of value-added agriculture in Prince Edward County, and I'm absolutely in support of it. It's about time. I had to race to the end, but I really am excited about the new zoning bylaws. It really does address what is called value-added agriculture. It addresses on-farm diversified uses, food, canning, tea, dairy, meat, anything that you take the raw material and you produce it, process it, and you can sell it at a much higher price and support local people by having local workers year-round, not just seasonal.
So I'm going to go to the committee now. Don't go anywhere. Questions? Councillor McNaughton.
Yes, I'm very interested in everything you've just described. So are you saying that what you're seeing here in this draft, it allows you to move forward with a plan? I'm thinking of something like Glengarry Cheese Company. My family's from Lancaster, originally. That type of scale, is that the idea? And do you see provisions here that would allow you to move forward
in
currently?
terms of dairy scale, they're not specifically addressed.
Right.
But you can look to a MAFRA, you can look to the DFO. They have something called the Artisan Cheese Program, and it restricts the production without buying more quota to 300,000 liters a year.
So quite small.
That's very small. I mean, Reed's Dairy is doing about 12 million liters a year. So there's a huge difference. This is very small scale, value added. So presently, if I wanted to do that on my farm, I would have to go through a whole rezoning to industrial. The footprint does not match with that scale. So everywhere else in Canada, and I've looked at different provincial mandates for small-scale value-added agriculture, they do enable this kind of small-scale food production, which includes dairy or meat production. And yeah, I guess you're asking what's the threshold of industrial?
No, I think at this point I'm saying, would you have what you would need in what we're looking at here to greenlight your project and move forward, because that's exciting.
Yes, I do. And I know Margaret Morris. She's a fantastic cheesemaker. She's a bit, she's a little bit larger than what I'm thinking, but it's still small scale. It's not Saputo. Yeah.
I would love that close to home. Thanks so much for bringing your perspective, and good luck.
Thank you. No more questions?
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none? Okay, thanks, Laurie. Next is Robert McCauley. Welcome, Robert. It's been a few years. I think you're familiar with the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I love what you've done with the place. I'm moved by the previous deputations, and I support them. And I do support this bylaw draft coming forward, although it has some work still. And I'd like to acknowledge staff and their efforts on it. It has come a February draft. I'm going to be shorter because I've had a conversation with Mr. Portman, and two of my issues are being addressed or proposed to be addressed. They're not necessarily farm use related, but the first one that came to mind and is still an issue in my mind is recreational vehicles. broad definition for travel trailers, motorhomes, boats, and somehow the rural residential zone got now captured in the prohibition for storage on a lot, unless it's in an enclosed storage garage. And the word common sense was used, and my common sense says that the cost to build a garage to store my 26-foot travel trailer probably far exceeds the cost of the travel trailer at this point in time. So I think that was an error, or it might have been just captured simply because the word residential is used in its definition. I would suggest council go back to the original bylaw and acknowledge that lots 2 acres and bigger could park a recreational vehicle outside of a garage and probably not cause a lot of harm or detriment to the neighbors. The second was outdoor furnaces. Similarly, heating a home with an outdoor furnace was not allowed in a rural residential zone, but when speaking to Mr. Portam, we found that it actually was identified in a table, table 8.2 of the bylaw, so there's an inconsistency in the bylaw there, and he's acknowledged he will deal with that in his change efforts. The third, and I have been engaged by Norman Hardy Winery and Vineyard to deal with some special projects on their behalf. Mr. Hardy is busy crushing next year's vintage, so he's asked me to bring forward his concerns with his site-specific zoning being carried forward. I believe that's what Councillor Pennell was referring to. Again, in conversations with Mr. Portam, staff had recommended 2 sections, Section B and Section C, in the bylaw AG-53 be removed, but it was not in the printed version. Mr. Portam has acknowledged that that's a mistake, and he's going to propose a resolution this evening, forward basis, to correct that mistake. To leave it as it's printed right now is very worrisome for the business, because on its simplest face, it appears to remove uses that are currently permitted. So that is my quick summation to try and help you capture some time.
You did very well. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. So members of the committee, any questions for Mr. McCauley? Councillor Roberts.
It's not really a question, Mr. Chair, so it involves your indulgence. It's really good to see you, Robert.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I did not fall off the face of the earth. I
yeah, it's
just
really
went into
good
the background and keep an eye on things.
Yeah, and you're doing well?
And I'd like to wrap up by expressing Mr. Hardy's thanks for the change that Mr. Portam has agreed to do to correct it. It certainly allows him to put his worries aside and crush the grapes better.
Okay. So no further questions. And yeah, I thank you very much, Robert. It's been a while since we've seen. For those in the audience that don't know Mr. McCauley, he's former Commissioner of Planning and Engineering. There was a couple of different titles there.
Number of titles in amongst there.
So
there was a CAO title there.
And a acting CAO, all of that, yes. So once again, good to see you again, Robert, and thank you very much for expressing your concerns, and I'm very happy to hear that staff have been accommodating. That's always good to hear.
Thank you again to them for the effort. I can know how mind-numbing it can be.
Okay. So next I have, this is the last of the in-persons pre-registered, Paula Peel. Paula? And you're familiar with the process, Paula, so welcome. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Paula Peel, and I'm asking this committee to postpone adoption of the new comprehensive zoning bylaw until all of the environmental protection policies in the official plan are fully and properly implemented in it. The consultants themselves have said that a key goal of the zoning bylaw review is implementing the policies of the county's official plan. While some of the environmental protection policies have been carried over, others have not. For example, the official plan prohibits development within woodlands identified on Schedule B and within any significant woodlands identified during the planning process. Yet there's no corresponding provision in the new zoning bylaw to implement this. The official plan also has policies on development on lands adjacent to those woodlands, but the only reference to significant woodlands in the new bylaw is a 30-meter buffer for agricultural uses, and nothing beyond that. The same omissions exist for significant valley lands, significant coastal wetlands, and significant wildlife habitat. These are clearly protected in the official plan, but not explicitly in the bylaw. Other key gaps remain in the bylaw for areas of natural and scientific interest and for the county's natural core areas. The official plan calls for the highest level of protection for ANSIs, and it includes protections for natural core areas, but again, the new bylaw offers no specific zoning framework to secure that intent. In short, many of the county's environmental protections exist only on paper, in policy, not enforceable zoning. The consultant says that in most cases, there's no need to carry policy language in the official plan into the zoning bylaw, that land use permissions and standards for development are all that's needed. But they're not. Take the environmental protection zone. It's a land use permission. Some may argue that the EP zone designation covers natural features like significant wetlands and woodlands and protects them. But that argument fails for several reasons. For one thing, an explicit clause in the zoning bylaw carries far more weight to landowners, developers, and to the Ontario Land Tribunal than a general EP label. For another, it's unclear in the bylaw whether the EP zone even includes significant woodlands, valley lands, and coastal wetlands. That uncertainty is why Quinte Conservation asked for more clarification in the zoning bylaw on what precisely is included in the EP zone. In any case, the EP zone label by no means carries over all the protections in the official plan. For example, forestry is permitted within significant woodlands, which seems counter to the intent of the official plan to protect these woodlands.
You have 30 seconds, Paula?
30? 30 seconds? Okay. The official plan lays out in some detail how natural core areas are supposed to be protected, but without matching provisions in the zoning bylaw, those protections will stay on paper, good intentions that will never go anywhere. The bottom line is that the zoning bylaw needs clear rules that actually reflect what the official plan says. Other municipalities in Southern Ontario already do this. For example, many municipalities have added specific clauses in their bylaws that prohibit development in significant woodlands. They're not just relying on general land use permissions and development standards, and neither should we. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to delay final adoption of the comprehensive zoning bylaw until it can actually deliver on the environmental protection policies in the official plan. Let's take more time and get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Questions from the committee? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paula. I just want to be clear. In the current version of the draft zoning zoning bylaw, in paragraphs 3.31 and so on, we do have the restrictions with respect to wetlands. But your point is that where are the restrictions with respect to woodlands,
well, they have the setbacks.
Lands,
You're correct. They have, through the chair, there are setbacks in 3.13, is that it? For wetlands, watercourses, floodplain, and everything to do with water is there. But they're lacking for woodlands, and that's a big gap. And for significant valley lands, no setbacks for significant valley lands, and no setbacks for wildlife habitat. And I think that's even especially important now that the province is taken away what can I say? Wildlife habitat isn't going to be protected in the same way because provincially significant wetlands are not going to be rated the same way, or given as many points. So as the wetlands lose their provincial status as significant, wildlife near and around those wetlands are they're more vulnerable than we can imagine, I would say, because they were protected a lot by that provincially significant wetland designation, but it'll be gone.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that was the distinction.
Did that help? Okay.
Anyone else on the committee have any questions for Paula? No? Okay, thank you very much, Paula. So now we'll go to the virtual attendees. First I have Amy Bodman. Amy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I have to figure out how to turn off my my YouTube. Okay, here we go.
You're good on your end?
Yeah, I'm good on my end.
Okay, so Amy, welcome. You're a regular, so of course you know the drill. You have 3 minutes and start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The Prince Edward County field naturalists have made many efforts to put environmental provisions into the comprehensive zoning bylaw to safeguard our natural environment. We submitted detailed comments last fall and again in April at the statutory public meeting. The agenda was downloaded last Friday. We are only finding out now why most of our comments were rejected. The summary of comments matrix references a joint submission from Pecton and 3 other local environmental groups. In response, the consultant asserts that it is noted that a number of the comments proposed to carry forward policy language from the county official plan and adding it into the zoning bylaw. This is not required in most cases, as the zoning bylaw implements the vision of the official plan via land use permissions and standards for development. The consultant's response seems contradictory, especially when the zoning bylaw in section 3.31 does implement the vision of the official plan via provisions for the floodplain, for water bodies, water courses, and wetlands, as well as for provincial highways and right-of-ways. Why would it not be just as important to implement the vision of the official plan via provisions for significant woodlands, significant valley lands, significant coastal wetlands, significant wildlife habitat for areas of natural and scientific interest, and for the county's natural core areas? We know from experience that land use permissions and standards are frequently contested by landowners and developers at the expense of the official plan's vision for environmental protection. However, a provision in the comprehensive zoning bylaw that expressly prohibits types of development with the natural heritage features would set a clear parameter. Protecting our remaining significant woodlands is especially important when you consider we have already lost a catastrophic portion of the county's mature tree cover due to emerald ash borer. As well, Lost Lake provincially significant wetland is not zoned EPW in this draft. A 50-meter setback from all wetlands is in our official plan. This is because all of PEC is considered a highly vulnerable aquifer. We respectfully ask that both of these points be corrected. The proposed zoning bylaw reflects many parts of the official plan's vision, but does not fully reflect the official plan's vision for environmental protection. We respectfully request that it not be adopted until all of the environmental protection policies in the official plan are properly implemented into it. Thank you.
Spot on. You had 1 second left, Amy.
And thanks for not interrupting me at 30 seconds.
No, I could sense you were getting to the end. Okay, questions from the committee for Ms. Bodman? Not seeing any questions. You're off the hook, Amy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, yes, he's on the screen. Scott Plant.
Here.
Okay, just waiting for the clerk to give me the thumbs up here. Okay, good. We can see you. Can you hear me okay, Scott? He's frozen. Okay, I think you're good now, Scott. If it helps with your connection, if you wanted to drop your video and just go audio, that might be helpful, because you did freeze there a moment ago.
Sure.
Okay.
Good evening, Your Honors.
All right, so welcome, Scott. And just to let you know, if you didn't know already, you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you about a 20-second heads up before your time runs out. So you can start anytime.
Good evening, Your Honors. My name is Scott Plant, and I want to thank the committee, county staff, and WSP staff for your valued time spent and good decisions made towards updating zoning bylaw for the first time since 2006. Scott P. and Angela B. at the county have been very helpful working with us throughout the zoning review process. I'm here tonight to support your good decision-making for a last-minute amended request to our October 8th letter for the property located at 5567 Highway 62, just in the north part of the county of Rossmore. This property is a unique highway commercial zone, which supports council's economic development priority in the strategic plan. This second non-highway access point on County Road 3 and the primary retail store use on the site really does make it unique and different from other highway commercial zone properties. It functions more similar to a general commercial zone property where 40% lot coverage is permitted as of right. This is our one minor request here tonight for any mutually permitted use between the highway commercial and general commercial zones and a microbrewery to have a lot coverage permission, site specific, of 40%, which is in line as of right with the general commercial zone. Under the 4 tests of a minor variance, firstly, our one minor request maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw with the driveway access off of County Road 3, which is a non-highway road, and normal levels of traffic entering the site, with the 40% lot coverage rate permitted as of right in the general commercial zone lots. Secondly, our one minor request maintains the general intent of the official plan's urban center designation, with retail uses being permitted as of right. Thirdly, our one minor request is minor in nature. This policy change is a technical zoning change, will not affect adjacent properties or change the subject property and how it's used. Finally, our one minor request is desirable and appropriate. In the strategic plan, the request aligns with council's priority for economic development with the objective to support a diversified economy, providing meaningful options for work. The increased 10% lot coverage will support this objective. Between the second non-highway access point and the primary retail store use, this site is unique and different from other highway commercial zone properties and functions more similarly to a general commercial zone. It's in our opinion that the requested zoning change is reasonable and appropriate use of the subject property. Thank you, committee and staff, for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Scott. Don't go anywhere just yet. Committee members have any questions for Mr. Plant? Councillor Maynard and then Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Scott, for your deputation or your comment. So, are you looking to make a compromise by removing the entrance off of 62 and just coming in off of Reynold'sville Road, off of County Road 3, which is how I would always have typically have accessed that site, but.
Well, no, we're going to maintain both accesses on the site, so both accesses will remain.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, Scott, you've discussed this with planning up to now?
Yeah, that's right. The reason I am delegating is our request was amended and it was rather last minute, so I'm sure planning has not had an opportunity to look at our revised request. However, it has been submitted via email to staff members.
Is it possible to ask staff if they've actually had a look at that?
Staff has looked at that earlier requests. It's just been rather last minute towards the meeting tonight, and we wanted to make sure that the request got in before any opportunities or changes could be made.
Okay, so
my question would be to staff, has his questions been answered and being enforced through the new plan?
Go ahead, Mr. Fordham.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as was indicated by the deputation, we have been working to look at the zoning for this particular property. There were some accommodations made in regarding some of the requests, at least commitments from staff that corrections could be made in terms of some of the provisions, especially regarding residential use. But in regard to the allowance for zone provisions, wanting the general commercial zone provisions to apply to some uses on a heritage or on a highway commercial zone, staff have discussed it to some degree, and at this point we're not supportive of changing that. In particular, this property is certainly one of 4 properties that are along Highway 62 that all share the same zoning, special highway commercial zone. And the zone provisions for the highway commercial zone are designed to be set up so that it can accommodate uses that are particularly on busy roads, and also that need a lot of traffic from motor vehicles. It's not typical that it would have a lot of pedestrian use along that road. So in terms of reduced setbacks or lot coverage, at this point, staff have not committed to making that change.
More discussion to be had.
Quite possibly, yes.
Okay.
Follow up on that?
Sure.
If this can't be resolved before we put the official plan in, is it possible, if people don't agree with what they got, they can end up paying the price to get what they wanted right from the start? And is there any room for negotiation on this between him and the owner? I've been out looking at the property, and I don't think there's a problem with neighbors and that. And all I'm saying is, it would be nice if, and I say if, this could be resolved rather than passing the plan and then turn around. The guy have to spend a whole bunch of money to get the same thing he's looking at now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, certainly, we can look at whether or not something like this can be supported with a little deeper review of it. As I say, it was most recent argument for it was just submitted this afternoon in that regard, so we can look at it further. And certainly, even if it's not supported by staff, there's different options. Obviously, the property owner can make a site-specific application, and of course, council, if they wish, they could direct staff to make a change, regardless of a recommendation from staff. So
as you stated,
there's some options.
Yeah, but as you stated, some of the information just arrived this afternoon, so clearly there hasn't been opportunity to have any conversation. Right? So, okay, all right. Any further questions for Mr. Plant? Seeing? Okay, so there are no further questions. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you all for your time.
Yeah. After. Okay, so now comments from the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who hasn't already spoken who wishes to speak to the committee with regards to the comprehensive zoning bylaw? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else looking to speak to this. Pardon me? Okay. All right, so thank you, everyone. So that's it for comments from the audience. So Madam Clerk, I believe I need a motion now to receive all comments. So could I have a mover and seconder? Trying to find the motion. Let's just wing it. So I need a mover and seconder to receive all comments on this evening.
I can read it if you like.
Okay.
That the comments
That
from
would
the
be
audience pertaining to agenda item 7.2 countywide comprehensive zoning bylaw 2025 be received. Just like that.
Yeah, what she said. Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Roberts. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. We've been here 2 hours and 10 minutes already. So, and when we come back, we will get a motion on the floor and continue this conversation. So we'll return at 8:21. Okay, members of council, please take your seats and we'll get started here. We'll resume. So before I ask members of council if, oh, I'm sorry, resume the live stream.
Councillor Branderhorst, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good to go.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask that question as well about Councillor Branderhorst. There she is. Okay, so before I ask members of committee if they have any comments or questions on this matter, may I please get a mover and seconder to get the item on the floor, the motion as printed on the agenda. The chair is aware that there are likely to be one or two or a few amendments. So we'll start with getting the motion on the floor, and then we'll begin with questions for staff, and then we'll follow through with the amendments afterwards. So Councillor Engelsdorfer and Councillor Pennell.
Thank you. It's an Engelsdorfer Pennell motion that report DS 63/2025 regarding the comprehensive zoning bylaw 2025 be received, and that a bylaw to enact a comprehensive zoning bylaw for the corporation of the county of Prince Edward and to repeal comprehensive zoning bylaw 1816-2006 as amended, as listed on this agenda, be brought forward to the next feasible council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Motion is on the floor, so I'm going to go to members of council. I'm going to start over here with Councillor Nyman. Questions for staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of the questions. So in the general commercial zoning, is art galleries included in that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the art galleries have not been included in the GC provisions as a permitted use, but staff have had discussions in this regard. Committee members may have spotted in the staff report that there was a note regarding the need for a technical housekeeping amendment, and that is one item that can be added through that technical housekeeping amendment, because certainly it looked like it was an oversight in terms of a permission there.
Okay, thank you, guys. One more?
Sure.
Thanks for that answer. So the art or studios that are a home-based business, if they're is that captured in the zoning bylaws? So if I'm an art, I don't know, a painter or something, and I'm selling it out of my garage, is this captured in there?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. If there's an artist with a studio at home and they've got a little display area, gallery, and they're retailing some of their art there, that would be captured as a home-based business, and so that would be something that's permitted.
Okay, I have another one, but I can wait or I can ask it now.
I'll give you the third one.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier about a property that for seating in a brewery or a winery or something. You mentioned about it that it was in the site plan or whatever. I think I know which one you're talking about, and we've been trying to deal with it to get that resolved. But I'm just wondering, does it get resolved through this, or how does that get resolved?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll just, for clarity, just confirm, is this in relation to a comment earlier from committee member Pennell?
Yes.
In response, Mr. Chair, yes, that would be something that could be done as a quick change before it goes to council. It would involve deletion of, I think it was the AG 53 zone, and it was provisions B and C. Those provisions were for a winery that was approved years ago when official plan policies were different from what they are now, and they were a little more restrictive, well, quite a bit more restrictive. And so we could change that before it goes to council, those two provisions deleted, as was requested actually by a member of the public today that spoke as well to it.
Okay. If you have a fourth, I'll pick you up in the second round. How's that? Further questions from Councillor Grosso? Or sorry, no, I have Councillor McNaughton and then you, Councillor Grosso.
Actually, just before we get into a lot more questions, I was wondering if we could hear from staff their responses to some of the queries that were brought forward by members of the public. Is that possible?
That's a very good point, and I agree. The chair
Thanks.
agrees with you. So I will turn it over to staff to respond to the comments from the audience. How's that? Then maybe that'll help with some of the questions from council as well, or from committee as well.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll try and respond to comments from the public as best as I can. And I think Nadia from WSP or Angela might jump in as well with some additional commentary, perhaps. So yes, I'll try and go through those comments from the public and provide some responses. I guess in terms of some of the comments that were put forward, I think the first member of the public that spoke was Mr. Sullivan, and actually maybe I'll just start out by saying it was good to get to know Mr. Sullivan a little bit better. We had multiple meetings with the Winery Association and discussed some of his concerns, and also did some site visits. Never done a dry site visit to a winery, but did manage to do a few of those as part of the reviewing the zoning provisions that were put forward. So I do appreciate the time from both Mr. Sullivan and from Aaron as well, Aaron McInnes. And so I think, just in terms of the comments, Mr. Sullivan did certainly mention that municipalities can develop their own criteria. That having been said, certainly in terms of provincial policy and provincial guidance, there is some very definitive figures set out there. And some of those things, certainly the Winery Association was looking for some, shall we say, relief from those restrictions. It's not something that we're specifically looking to support, but certainly we did find common ground on a number of things that were of concern to the Winery Association. So there are certainly some improvements. There was a consolidation of the farm wineries and estate wineries, so that common uses between the wineries in the agricultural and the rural designation are the same. There's a whole new section for on-farm diversified uses, which is something new that the province has introduced in the most recent provincial policy statement. And so that is, those two things alone are going to be huge improvements from staff's perspective to help the winery industry. And those OFDU uses would allow for wineries to branch out into some other things like restaurants or retail space, those sorts of things, as of right, without having to go through a zoning bylaw amendment application. So just a little, explanation there. We also clarified that agricultural related uses such as processing, packaging, and storage are not part of the OFDU area or operation calculations. And that gets back to something that was kind of a sticking point under provincial guidance. There is a limit for on-farm diversified uses, capping the size of those at either 2% or 1 hectare, whichever is the lesser. And certainly the Winery Association expressed some concern that that was perhaps too restrictive. But that is what the provincial guidance is. Certainly there might be some direction further from committee later in that respect. We've certainly talked about some options that we could maybe investigate it further. But there were some other provisions in there as well. Overnight parking, up to 5 trailers permitted for 3 nights. That's something new that would be permitted as of right. It's a limited kind of accommodations use for the wineries. And actually, it would be applicable to all on-farm diversified uses. So that's something that would apply to another member of the public that spoke regarding the ostrich farm. Also, certain gross floor area restrictions that were proposed in the earlier version of the zoning bylaw from February, those were removed. Staff, in discussing it with the Winery Association, were certainly open to that. That was something, and WSP consultants concurred that that was something that we could budge on there as well. And then there was a provision that was proposed requiring OFDUs to be clustered together. There was a provision that required those structures to be within 25 meters of each other. That was something that was removed for the wineries themselves, not for OFDUs in general, but for the wineries. So those are some of those provisions that were discussed, and I think that was something that the Winery Association was happy to see. Also, there was a discussion about site plan. Site plan is something that's under the provisions is required for on-farm diversified uses, but I want it to be explained that it's not just that they're required. There is some discretion or allowance for something less than a full-on site plan application and review. The site plan control bylaw does allow for minor site plan applications, and they have a reduced fee. And we can certainly, kind of like a scoped environmental impact study, we can reduce what we're looking at. We can, pinpoint certain things that we want to have looked at and not do a full review necessarily. And then furthermore, under the site plan control bylaw, there is discretion of the director for some minor things, so that if it's minor enough, the director may say, site plan application isn't necessary. This is such a minor change or addition to the property that it's not necessary. So I think, I just wanted to provide that in response to some of the comments that were provided by the Winery Association. In regard to some of the comments that were brought forward regarding the ostrich farm operation on Rednernsville Road, and the comments from Mr. Williams from the Federation of Agriculture, I just wanted to maybe explain some things in that regard, because I think there's some misunderstandings in relation to what was contended or pointed out in those comments. First of all, like I said, in regard to the wineries, site plan control certainly is a requirement, but as I said, for the wineries, we have fairly wide discretion as a municipality in that regard. Again, we can do minor site plan applications, and furthermore, at the discretion of the director, it could be determined that a site plan isn't required. And that, I would point out, is specific to on-farm diversified uses. So things that aren't agriculture or things that aren't agriculturally related. So for instance, you know, in regards to the ostrich farm, obviously the ostriches are specifically a farm use, right? It's when you start looking at, and even the sales of the products from the ostriches, that would be an agricultural related use. So those aren't subject to, certainly the agricultural uses aren't subject to site plan control. The county has never applied site plan control to agricultural uses. So there is some clarification I just wanted to point out there. I think there was a couple of comments relating to, for instance, what if somebody had a pumpkin patch that they wanted to start? Well, that's, again, that's not a non-farm diversified use. That is an agricultural use. It's not subject to site plan control. So I think clarification on some of those points is important to make for committee's understanding. A couple other comments. You know, there was objection to the 2% restriction related to the on-farm diversified use. Again, that's provincial guidance. So generally, you know, that's what we've set out in the zone provision. Of course, if somebody needed more than 2%, they could certainly make an application in that regard. But keep in mind, the 2% is just, as of right, you can do this as an on-farm diversified use. And so that certainly is an improvement. And if they needed more, they could certainly come forward with a specific application. There is a provision that was mentioned regarding a 25-meter requirement. As mentioned before, that was something that was also at one point considered for the wineries. And it was intended to keep those on-farm diversified uses clustered together so that they're not spread out all over the farm and gobbling up basically good farmland. That provision has been maintained for the on-farm diversified use in the proposed zoning bylaw that we've got in front of us. But hopefully that gives a little bit better explanation and maybe clarifies some things there. Like I say, there are certainly provisions there that we've, in terms of site plan, we've got discretion on. If it's something that's agriculture or agriculturally related, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get the need for a site plan. And just, you know, clarification on that size restriction. There was also a public member speaking to on-farm diversified uses, and specifically, I guess they were interested in a cheese factory, Ms. Toman. Actually, I was quite surprised to hear that she was in support, because I wasn't sure what she was going to say, but thank that she pointed out that there's some major improvements in terms of you know, the types of use that she'd like to develop for her property. Those agricultural related uses, such as a cheese factory or other such uses, would be permitted as of right. There are some provisions in the zoning bylaw that set out some parameters in terms of size, that sort of thing. But certainly that's something that's a major improvement, because under the existing zoning bylaw, that would be something that would require a zoning amendment. Now, if they do go beyond the parameters that are set out in the zoning bylaw, I think, for instance, it had a restriction of 2,600 square meters for the building, which is a fairly good sized building. But if they need to go beyond that, they could certainly submit a zoning application or a minor variance application as needed, and that could be considered by the municipality. In regard to comments that were brought up from former staff, Mr. McCauley, I have been speaking with him, corresponding with him a little bit as well. In terms of the provisions that he mentioned and Mr. Pinnell alluded to regarding a winery that had zoning established years ago, certainly staff are agreeable to deleting the provisions that he mentioned, because they are provisions that are restricting use beyond what is generally accepted or provided for now in this new zoning bylaw. We're also specifically related to the site plan control requirement. We can delete that. Not that it would be necessarily completely avoiding site plan control. If a proposal came forward for a large enough expansion of that facility, for instance, the site plan control bylaw still allows for site plan control to be required. And again, depending on the scale of the expansion, we may be able to do a minor site plan, or if it's really minor, again, the director has discretion not to require site plan control. So I think those provisions we're certainly agreeable to, and can do that as part of the technical cleanup bylaw that I mentioned earlier, after the zoning bylaw is approved. So that's in response to those. He did also mention a couple of other provisions that he'd like to see changed, in particular storage of RVs. To permit those in the rural residential zone, there is provisions that limit the size, but I think in terms of allowing those in rural residential zones, that makes sense, and staff have discussed that and are agreeable to that change through the technical amendment. Also, the outdoor storage permitted in the rural residential zone, again, that's something that we've discussed, and certainly can do that through the housekeeping general amendment after the passage of the bylaw. In regard to some of the comments that were brought forward by a couple of public members regarding environmental protections, certainly in looking at that, I guess the one thing I would comment on, I think that in looking at the provisions, the coastal wetlands, while not specifically identified, are something that we consider would be subject to the setback requirements in the applicable to wetlands and provincially significant wetlands. So to me, those provisions address those issues, because coastal wetlands are essentially either provincially significant coastal wetlands or just provincially significant wetlands within proximity to Lake Ontario or the Bay of Quinte, and the same with the ones that aren't provincially significant. They're wetlands that are within proximity to that major body of water. So I think those are addressed. But in terms of some of the other comments that were brought forward, so for instance, for significant woodlands and valley lands and ANSIs and wildlife areas, I think in terms of those provisions, I think staff would like to see that we maybe go back and review those again. If committee and council want to approve the zoning bylaw, we could certainly go back and review those and make improvements to them, because I think there are some discrepancies there between what's set out in the official plan and what has been set up in the zoning bylaw, and I think there's room for some improvements there that should be there based on the official plan policies and provincial policy statement. We've talked amongst it during the break here, and we've actually provided a motion to Becky that you could consider if you're agreeable to what I've just suggested there. If you want to discuss other options, I guess that's something we can discuss, but that's what we've thought about in terms of, we could do it something after the fact. Certainly the environmental protection provisions that we've got in this new zoning bylaw are improvements over the existing bylaw, because there are some protections that weren't in the existing bylaw that have been added.
Just to add to Scott's points and everything of why we are hopeful to get this passed today, because while there are people who still have issues and we feel that, yes, we can take a few back and discuss further, what we're not seeing here is the other people who have been waiting for this zoning bylaw and who have contacted us and being like, this will help my business, this will solve this problem. So we do have a lot of improvements from 2006 to 2025, and that's why I understand like there might be hesitation to move it forward, but this is why we're trying to say we will take it back and look at what the best solution is for the environmental and for the wineries with what we can do. But that's why we just want to make it aware that there have been a bunch of other business owners, residents who have been waiting patiently, and we have made a ton of improvements that will help, and they don't have issues that they have. So that's why we want to kind of isolate the issues, but also not hold back on what we have made good. Just wanted to add that point.
No, excellent to add that.
Finish what they're doing, and then we'll get back to questions.
Well, and I guess the last one that maybe needed a response was the representative for the property up in Rossmore, right near the corner of Rendersville Road and Highway 62. Certainly, we've had some discussions with them about that property, and certainly the zoning for that has been changed to make some accommodations for the requests that they've been discussing with us. First of all, it was originally set out to be in a separate zone category, and what we've done is through discussions with WSP consultants is brought forward a special zone category that applies to all those. There's 4 of those properties along Highway 62, and have them all with identical zone provisions. So there's no discrepancy. It allows for a broader range of uses than what's currently set out under that particular property that the public member spoke to. And certainly in terms of uses, there was some additional residential uses, not that they would be standalone, but allowed to be above commercial businesses, similar to what you would have in a kind of the downtown core of a Picton or Wellington, that sort of setup. In regard to some of the specific zone provisions that he's still looking to change, we haven't settled on supporting those, but certainly we could look at that if committee's wanting that to be looked at, perhaps through the technical housekeeping amendment. We could take a look at that, and if it's something that needed to be brought forward as part of that amendment, we could include it if that makes sense. So that's an option for that property. So I hope I've kind of discussed, and the comments were made from the public, but certainly if there's more comments from committee, any of the councillors want to speak to other issues or have follow-up questions, I guess we'll carry on with that.
What's that? Oh, yes.
Yes.
Good point.
Yes, okay, yes, you're right, I did miss that one. That was another one that I think can be addressed. I was actually speaking to Mr. McCauley about that earlier. There is a section in the general provisions that says it's not permitted in a rural residential zone, or it doesn't include the rural residential zone. But there's a table elsewhere in the zoning bylaw that says they are permitted in the rural residential zone. So I think it's just an inconsistency. Certainly, I think staff are open and willing to make that change to allow for it. It makes sense. I mean, that's where you're going to have outdoor furnaces that are out in the rural areas. And so they should be allowed in the agricultural, the rural zones, and the rural residential zones.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Scott and Angela, for the team, for putting your heads together during the recess. So I'm going to start on this side of the room, Councillor, and ask if you have a question for staff.
Yeah, I might have a couple of
question.
Rounds covered. So the initial question might sort of take some clarification initially. So first, I do want to say thank you for this. It is huge, and I am very appreciative of many of the changes, and a number of which I think are very obvious, including what we heard from the person interested in a dairy on their on-farm diversification planning. But I also want to just compliment the consolidation of all the comments at the end, and the fact that practically every single one got a response, and I think that's really great public engagement, and I appreciate that work. I appreciate the inclusion of visuals, which I think are really strong, and for someone who likes to talk too much and likes to write too much, a picture does is worth 1,000 words. And those are really great changes. So I do have a number of remaining questions. Primarily, I'm still concerned at the restrictions on R1, and I would be really interested in seeing if there was a way to consider the inclusion of duplexes, triplexes, and semi-detached in R1, in urban residential 1 in particular, and potentially with restriction in rural residential, because we're already allowing multiple units, ensuring that people had the right to build or adapt high quality livable units for permanent potential rental residency, I think is a way for us to expand our community's housing offerings, and removing any barrier that we can remove would be good. And certainly those 3 are ones that we see in the R1 zone already, and they integrate well, and they're an easy to sort of understand how they would live and breathe and exist in R1 zones, considering they're there already. So that would be my primary, my biggest question to you all today. And it would be something certainly that towards the end of the meeting, I would consider a motion regarding.
Okay.
think you can just
Do
go.
you want me to respond
I think,
to that? Yeah, okay. So through Chair, certainly in terms of the R1 restrictions, I think we've got multiple residential zones. The R1 zone is typically applied to existing neighborhoods, which are predominantly single detached dwellings.
Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about primarily talking about existing neighborhoods and looking to increase infill offerings.
And certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, the additional dwelling units that are accommodated for in the zoning bylaw and mandated by the province actually would allow for additional dwelling units, maybe not in the form that you're talking about, because I think you've indicated allowing for duplexes or triplexes or even like townhouse units. Yeah, we could discuss that and look at that as part of the housekeeping amendment at a later date, if that's something that seems to garner support from council. Yeah, the point, I guess, that was just being made there is duplexes aren't technically identified in the zoning anymore. I think it was combining the duplexes and semi-detached units as one category. But yes, sorry, so adding semi-detached or townhouse units.
So duplexes would be covered by semi-detached.
Yes.
But also, just to go to that point, I think a reason we took it out was because additional dwelling units are allowed. That essentially is a duplex. You have like 2 units there. So.
Sure.
I need a mic if
You got
anyone can. Oh, okay. One of the limitations of additional units is the size limitation. So, which I think is great when you're talking about a granny suite, but when we're looking at, and I'm going to use my property as an example again, even though I'm not planning this, although maybe I should, is if I turn my home, my 1,400 square foot home into 2 700 square foot homes, you've got 2 equal sized dwellings. And that's where, and those are 2 livable apartments. Whereas if you're looking at my 14, if we're looking at a granny suite or something like that, or a garden suite, sorry, that's what they're called. It might not, depending on the size of the primary dwelling, it might not be a good addition to our housing. I mean, any addition to our housing mix is great, but looking at duplexes, and I think about some of the large. I mean, my home is a little small, but it's great. But there are some very large houses on Queen Street, King Street, Paul Street, in some of our hamlets that would actually make really great triplexes or duplexes, and having the right to do it rather than having to go through an additional $6,000 plus process, I think would be supportable in my mind, just because there's a restriction of the second dwelling size and third dwelling size. It would be great to see that removed.
Okay. No further response from staff? I think there's some things for them to think about.
Yeah, I think it
was also the conversion of use, building use, that I think was eliminated in R1, but existed in R2 or 3 and maybe R4.
Okay, I think there's, through you, Mr. Chair, a few things there that we could certainly look at and maybe have some further discussion in those regards, and you know, if it's supported, we can certainly bring forward some proposed changes. Yeah.
Okay, so a motion could talk about explore. So, thanks.
Okay, Mayor Ferguson, I'm just going to work my way around the table because I think everybody's got questions here. So
okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the monumental amount of work that went into getting this document to us, and all the consultation that was so necessary, and by the sounds of it, everybody contributed. Scott, you mentioned on numerous occasions the words discretion of the director. I think everybody around the horseshoe hears all the time from people complaining about the planning process and approvals and costs and red tape and everything else. So I was encouraged to hear you say that it sounds like there will be a little bit more latitude applied to what I guess we would consider minor issues, which would speed up the process. At the end of the day, when we heard from the wineries and the agricultural community, the farmers particularly, I don't think any of us can imagine the amount of hard work that goes into those operations and the reliance they have on factors that we never have to really consider in our jobs, particularly weather and the environment. So it sounds to me like we're in a position to give those businesses, those sectors of the economy, due consideration and help them get a leg up to improve their businesses, which have been so important to the development of Prince Edward County. So I guess my question is there anything that we can do, we need to consider about ensuring that discretion remains intact?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think the change from the province to allow for on-farm diversified uses sends a clear message to municipalities that they need to open up what can be permitted on these farm properties. And I think that's going to be filtered through in the site plan control reviews done by the municipality. In some respects, that was somewhat addressed 2 years ago when I brought forward an updated site plan control bylaw that included that provision for the director's discretion. And I think, you know, hearing the input from councillors today, I think staff have a pretty clear understanding that, you know, if it's a really minor change, there's no need to put, you know, property owners through a site plan control application if there's really not a concern that's going to impact, you know, the usability of the property or how it affects a neighboring property or the roadside ditch or you know, a nearby water course. If that's really not something that's impacted, I think staff have a pretty good understanding that can be addressed by using some discretion. I think it would be beneficial to see how that works over the next little while. And if there are problems that arise, then certainly staff can be directed to take a look further at perhaps the site plan control bylaw and, you know, set some parameters around it maybe to help improve the situation. But I think, you know, some of the changes that are in the zoning bylaw and hearing what the public is saying, what council is saying, I think that in itself we should try that out and see how that works. And like I say, we can revisit it at any time if necessary.
Okay, just quick follow. Yeah, okay, it doesn't apply only to agriculture and wineries. It's everything, hospitality and tourism and the arts community, making sure that we don't stand in their way, and as I say, help them thrive, because thriving is what has, between 2006, we've got 19 years of old rules that we are changing in the new reality of Prince Edward County. And that is progress, and we have to be mindful that more progress is going to be necessary. So it was great to hear on numerous occasions, and I hope it's widely circulated amongst people that are either anticipating setting something up or engaged in a business that needs help. So thanks a lot, but congratulations on all the work from everybody that's been involved.
I believe Angela has something that she wanted to add.
I just wanted to circle back to that provision that has the cap on it, the 50% for the. Yeah. So that should not be in there. I think we should take it out. I believe the province has actually requested that sizing be eliminated. I have from the director that she is 100% supportive of taking that out of this zoning bylaw.
So then triplexes would become like the province, I think, would the language that the province put forward would actually support a triplex. Does that?
The one thing that I'm hanging on right now is the R1 zone is allowed in partial services and rural, like no private services. So with that, I believe there are only allowed one additional dwelling unit. So to permit a triplex then kind of blurs that.
Okay, so I will stop talking now and leave it till the end of the meeting and tailor an open-ended motion.
Okay.
Appreciate the update.
Thank you. Councillor Brainy, questions for staff?
Hopefully it's quick. No, all I have is an amending motion that I've worked on with staff pertaining to wineries and on-farm. Whenever you're ready for that,
I think what I'll do is I'll work the room for questions.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to come, I'm sorry. I suppose. So I need mover and seconder to extend past 3 hours. Councillor McNaught and Councillor Hirsch. All in favor? In favor? I need a hand count. Okay, that carries. We're going to have a short night here. Opposed? Thank you. Yeah, that motion carries anyways. So Councillor Hirsch, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. One, I fully support what Councillor McNaughton is after with change of the R1 zone. It seems just very odd to me that when you look at the little dots in the boxes, right, that you can have additional dwelling units, bed and breakfast, garden suite, home business, home-based daycare, but you can't have a double. You can't have a semi-detached. I'm also very pleased to hear that you're going to get rid of the 50% size limit on secondary units, because I've got several people who have a problem that way, and that's going to be great news for them. So thank you for that. But my main point is very much appreciate, Scott, your willingness to relook the environmental piece again. I think the way to look at this is you've already put the wetland restrictions in the comprehensive zoning bylaw, and they come from 3.1.4 of the official plan. And that whole section is of a piece. It has a section on wetlands, it has a section on woodlands, where there are size limitations involved and so on. The section on valley lands, which also have size limitations, and on down through the watercourse, the wildlife habitat. It's all of the same section. So it seems to me, if you're prepared, it's going to take a little work for drafting, obviously. You don't want to reproduce the whole official plan in there. But if you guys could deal with that, I don't know if you're looking at it in the housekeeping measure or as a separate project. If it's housekeeping, then we don't need a motion, I suppose. Thank you.
For you, Mr. Chair, I think the way the wording that we've drafted up would be something that we could do as a special project, not through the housekeeping amendment, because it's more than just housekeeping, I think. But it's something that we could do over the next, over the next, say, 6 months or something like that, and really re-examine those provisions so that they are aligned with the official plan policy.
Quick follow-up then, I guess we will need a motion then to concretize these kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
So when we get to motions, yeah.
And it does sound like staff have something prepared, so it might help with a couple of motions moving forward. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank staff for getting this Herculean task in front of us, and particularly to Scott, who spent some one-on-one time with me. But of course, one question always leads to another. So I've got, and I'm going to try, I'll take a little different task than the other ones because some of those questions have already been answered. So my inquiry is more on, it's on these commercial zones. So we've got the UC, and then the general commercial and local commercial are the two that, now we have an array of villages and hamlets, and then, smaller, that are all kind of, some of those are captured under the LC. So, and I am going to be parochial and speak about a specific instance because I think we want that diversity in some of our villages. So if you look, I'm on page 274 where it talks about partial services. It starts out by, well, even the uses, but I'm going to go to 274 because on partial services, the very few of our hamlets and villages have partial services. And, Bloomfield, yes, a little bigger, but Consicon as what was a historic and is a village, right? It's not really a hamlet, it's a village. So quite different from some of those other hamlets. So you've got partial services like the lot requirement from 0.04 to 0.4 hectares. And it continues on to things like the specifically the allowable uses, which is on page 272, things that are allowed in the general commercial in the larger villages that were typically enjoyed in some of those were actually in effect in those other villages. We've had, there was a farm machinery sales and service. We had, well, there was a hotel, but there's things like, medical clinics. The time I've been in Consicon, we've had 3 different motor vehicle repair garages. Right now, one has just passed away, but I mean, those are integral to a community because we don't want to have to drive to Trenton every time we need a tire repaired or oil changed. And some of those are already there; they're already in place. But if they lapse, right, for any reason, then they won't. Then they're going to go away. Same with place of entertainment. Like, yeah, there's some spots where that's a good idea. I mean, like we have Cascades, right, adaptive reuse of that. So there might be other spots where that could. And retail store, I think, is the biggest one because, in particular, some of our larger villages have a core area, right, where we have a retail store. And one was kind of just replaced when I came to Consacon 30, 40 years ago. There was several, right? And there still is, you know, a thriving retail store, but we don't want to lose that if something happens to it, right? So I'm just looking to see how we can bring together some of those, like, is it a special local commercial zone for a village that is on partial services that historically would have provided those services? Yeah, it's because the requirements for size and then the rather large discrepancy in what is being allowed, especially like those areas will grow, like there is some future development. I mean, you know, Consacon's never probably going to be as big as Bloomfield, but I don't want our population to have to go outside of the village to get some of these, you know, some of these services. Well, how do we accomplish that? And yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly staff could look at some options to follow up. The one that comes to mind right now, I guess maybe just to explain the locations of the general commercial zone versus the local commercial zone. So the general commercial zone is generally intended to be for, you know, your main streets of your settlement areas, the main settlement areas. So it includes Picton, Wellington, Rossmore, which all have secondary plans for them. It also includes Bloomfield, just based on its size. If there's, you know, I guess the other side of things is the local commercial zone is, as you've pointed out, is more intended for kind of commercial sites that maybe are in a residential neighborhood and maybe are more typical of, like, for instance, a variety store on the corner off the main street. So that was the intent, I think, of you know, how we structured what uses could be allowed. So the local commercial zone, you know, certainly it allows for things like a convenience store, daycare, also offices, financial institutions. So those things are permitted in the local, but obviously, yes, you're right, it's not as broad a range of uses. But yeah, we could take a look at that and see if there's maybe some options. The one option that comes to mind is if, for instance, if Consacon you feel needs a broader range of uses to, well, I don't know if it would be, we could do a special zone. That might be an option. I was thinking perhaps maybe the existing commercial zones that are identified as local, if you feel that they should have a general commercial zone, that's something we could discuss as well. But there might be a couple different options we could look at there and follow up with a future amendment based on that.
Yeah, and I think because there is a defined, really, you know, there is a defined, it's maybe shrank a little bit over the years, but there's a pretty defined commercial, you know, commercial core, and there will be, like, we have future development that is going to occur. It's just that the restrictions, there's quite a big difference, and I'm not sure, you know, when it, like, if a business lapses but it still has their old zoning, right, like that's going to affect things too.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the one thing I would add is, you know, if we're looking at, you know, expanding the uses for commercial properties in some of the settlement areas, I would still be looking, I think, at recommending that the general commercial zone, that, you know, those broader range of uses are more for the larger settlement areas. So the smaller ones, I think I would still be looking at the local commercial zone, but if you know, for instance, maybe perhaps the criteria is that if they've got partial services,
Right.
that maybe that warrants the general commercial zone or a special LC zone with a little more in terms of uses.
And so that it's not just about that particular, but I also, because Carrying Place, right, with its, I was kind of hoping that the lands kind of right on County Road 64 that are right beside, that there would be, since the Quinte West side has, a commercial rate on the other side of that maybe that is an opportunity to allow for some local commercial too. I think that particular area, I mean, it is, and as well, that is a partially serviced area, right? Because what we don't want is all the communities in the north going outside of the county for their services. And so I just go ahead.
Can I just add some?
Yeah, I'll catch you on round two, but go ahead, Angela.
Just with the local commercial, the intent of that zone was to meet the day-to-day needs of the surrounding community. General commercial is not, it's like the outskirts of the urban area or any like bigger communities like Bloomfield or something like that. That is not a village, but is a little big, or is it a village?
It used to be a village.
The size of Bloomfield allows it. It's not urban, but it's also not local, right? So that was the varying reasoning for what we put in there. I do want to point out that our urban areas, Wellington and Picton, they are not permitted to have motor vehicle like shops as well. That is kind of highway commercial, general commercial permitted areas. So, it's just kind of to meet those day-to-day needs. However, in saying that, if somebody does want to pursue this type of commercial use, they are welcome to apply, but there is Consacon does have a very small commercial area, which also has its own issues attached to those areas as well.
Actually, I'm more talking about the ones that are already that do have a commercial zoning, just that where that commercial zoning is lying, right? Like these are, there's already a small repair shop there, right? So these are ones that are already in a commercial zone, but that are maybe misplaced, that aren't allowing enough, enough uses in that space. But
okay, I think staff got that. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Thank you. Just one on the 10 hectare minimum lot area on rural zones. I understand the rationale. I just worry whether I can see people buying or having to buy that size of property, and it could be currently leased land that's being farmed, and then they have to buy such a big parcel, and then they're only going to use an acre, and then they don't want the farming around them, so they don't lease the land anymore. Have we thought of kind of the repercussions of that as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess, just off the top of my head, in looking at the 10 acre or 10 hectare? 10 hectare minimum lot size. So if somebody wanted to, sever that, the severance potential is set out in official plan policy. So anything that's zoned rural would be in a rural designation, and they would have severance potential in principle, subject to other policies of the plan, but in principle that there might be a potential there to sever a lot if they don't want all that 10 hectares. And then if that were the case, you'd be looking at, if they were severing off a small 2 acre portion of that just for a house, that would be rezoned to rural residential. The rest of it
would have a special zone that would recognize whatever the reduced lot area is, if it's 8 acres or 8 hectares or whatever it might be.
Okay, thanks. And then just one more quick one. I know there's been lots of consultation on this, and I expect people know about it, but as much as we think that, there's probably a lot of people that, because they don't think it affects them or until it affects them, they're not going to speak up. So I kind of expect that you're going to see a lot of, an increase in minor variances and rezoning applications. Are we equipped to handle that influx that might come after the fact?
I think that's for the manager of planning, right?
I think we're okay, and it is a new document, and there's bound to be multiple issues. In that, if we see something that arises and is consistently arising, we would bring forward a housekeeping amendment. We can't capture everything, so the one-offs and everything we'll try and consolidate into a housekeeping amendment.
Oh, sure.
That is common with I think I said this at one of the meetings, but whenever we do these zoning bylaw reviews, we try to, fix reoccurring issues, not only be consistent with provincial legislation and official plans and local issues, but I always tell our clients that within 6 months, you're going to call us and say, why did we make this change? And that is very common. It's been 19 years since this has been redone, so we've tried to do our best collectively as a team, and yes, we've made a couple of little mistakes that will be fixed, but it is common, so it's not unique that staff may come forward with something in the next few months to correct things, and as Angela said, if it's something that keeps reoccurring, then staff can do that, and it's not uncommon. I just want to reassure committee members and the public. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to join the Greek chorus of congratulations and appreciation for a job well done. Gargantuan task, I think one of our colleagues said earlier, and you've done a great job, so thank you for that. And I would support passage tonight, especially given staff's commitment to a technical corrective at a later date that would be more comprehensive, and in occurring at a later date, it would also have more time for discussion and reflection, so I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't have a question, so I'm ready to pass the thing. But I do have a 30,000-foot kind of comment. And that is that anything we can do with anything that we do at Shire Hall and this council that facilitates transforming large family homes into triplexes and quadplexes and as barrier-free as possible, I think would be wise. And for two reasons, generationally different. Empty nesters who are seniors, allowing them to hold on to an important capital asset that accrues, hopefully accrues, and also for next generation opportunities to be able to have ownership in that property and income, and also helping them with having a place to have a family. All of which is maybe should be complementary to addressing our serious issue of affordability and accessibility when it comes to housing in the county. So that's my only comment. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Nyman.
I just got one question.
Just one? I thought I gave you lots of time to get two or three together. But anyways.
So I'm just wondering, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but in the past year or so, we've had land inventory that we wanted put together to attract businesses here. Is there something in here that will address employment lands? Because I think what we are looking to do is, you know, we got to get the land inventory what we have, but we want to make it as seamless as possible so that when we know what land we have, we're able to attract those businesses without as little red tape as possible. And is there something in this plan that will allow that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good point. You know, in terms of some of the changes for the industrial zones, there were some changes. I don't know that they necessarily speak to what you're alluding to here. I think if we're looking at you know, long-term planning to attract more industry, you're probably looking at having to do a separate study in terms of the industrial land use base and whether or not we need more of it, and if so, in what areas do we need it. That would be probably, my first thought is that would be something that would be a separate study. I believe economic development actually is already looking into some of that aspect of it. You got additional comments?
Through a motion that was to look into where employment lands should be located in the county. This is something that we are bringing forward. Hopefully that will get approved at budget time. But we have to do that study before we pick the areas for where we will have the zone. So essentially, we would probably bring an amendment to the zoning to reflect the official plan when we complete the study, hopefully.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my understanding is then that something's coming forward, but in order to, if everything passes, then we have to make an amendment to this. So we have nothing in there right now that we don't have to spend a lot of time, like making amendments and everything else. That's, is there a reference in there to, and employment lands, it could be industry, it could be commercial, I don't know what it entails. But if you can attract something to create jobs, we don't want to miss the opportunity, is what I'm saying. And the opportunity is quickly knocking, and we don't want to slow it down right here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Well, I mean, we have received a couple of inquiries of setting up, you know, people who want to move forward with smaller scale industrial uses. We still feel that the study may help. Some are going, depending on their size and where they are. We do have industrial zones which will fit into where the study shows. So that's it's kind of how it would go normally, because we don't know where they should be located currently. Does that make sense?
Just one comment. I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have land ready. Because if somebody comes and they say, this is what we want, what do you got for us? This is what we can give you. We can't sit here and start saying, well, we don't know what we got for land, or we don't know where it is, or anything like this, but we need land ready. And I think Emily's department are working with you guys, or with planning, I believe. And through all that, we're going to get to where we want to be, but just how quick are we going to get there?
I don't have the answer right now.
That's not a fair question. So, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of get that out there.
Okay, I believe I heard her say there's likely something coming at budget.
Yes.
So maybe that's the best answer we can get for now. But I do know where you're going with that. Councilor Grasso.
All right, my question will be quick because I'd like to catch the last couple innings of the baseball game. I saw you watching the game down there. I see you watching the game. So would it be safe to say that this would be some type of a living document? Maybe. Okay, you don't have to answer that right now. Were you guys going to address 3.3.3 about the wineries, the breweries, and cideries all being on the same playing field?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly that's something that we can take a look at and discuss through a future amendment. I think there's already a motion that's been discussed and ready where we can perhaps incorporate that into that.
Can I ask Councillor Brainy if he would add a little change to that and add cideries and breweries to that?
I think we should hear what staff has first, and maybe what Councillor Brainy is going to propose might be compatible or.
Okay. And then my last thing I wanted to ask is the question about small businesses at home. Do they have to be registered with the county?
No.
Okay, so, sorry, a quick follow-up. So if they don't, how do we know that a home has had one business before, and after this passes, that they didn't have two businesses at home, or like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the provisions for home businesses or home industries simply allow for a business on a property in general terms, and it has subject to specific provisions around making sure that it's small in scale generally, and so in terms of the number of businesses, it's a matter of just meeting those provisions. We're not, the municipality doesn't license those home businesses, so there's no requirement in that regard. That's basically it, yeah.
Okay, that's great, thank you. It's still 8-2. Thank you, bye.
Is there not a provision for 25% gross floor space? No, I recall reading that this afternoon for home-based businesses, up to 25% of your gross floor space. Yeah, which by the way was why Bloomfield became Bloomfield 30 plus years ago, because of forward thinking like that. So anyways, so Councillor Pennell.
Yeah, just getting back to Councillor Maynard, there was 5 churches at one time in Conscott, but as history goes, things disappear. And probably what we need as a municipality is to be looking how we can get new businesses coming in. And because I don't suspect 3 garages will ever be back, nor will 5 churches. But we got to move ahead. The other concern I had is if I'm a winery or just a farmer in general, and somebody's got a property alongside of me, I need a little more space to accommodate. If I go and approach that person, I've got to buy the land, I've got to go through the severance for them to take my chunk off, and obviously they're going to want money in return. Then I'm going to be asked to bring it back to make it, I can legally farm land. And to me, if that land is coming off and being agriculture, there shouldn't be any cost, whether you're a wine grower or whether you're a dairy farmer, a beef farmer, or a crop farmer, to have to get into rezoning. It's going back to agriculture, and we're saying we want to keep that. And when Don was talking tonight, I think now that we've got a new staff within planning, I can see the end of the day being much brighter. Because mention the word discretion, and I think everybody knows where I come from. It's not discretion that's needed. It's basically just common sense. And it sounds like that's where we're at. And I think as we move ahead, we've got to give the planning department use that common sense. That's all I got to say, but I like the way things are going. There seems to be really leadership coming from planning now. Unfortunately, that wasn't there before.
I don't think that last comment was appropriate, Councillor Pennell. I would suggest you stop right there. But the first comment, absolutely perfect. Not for a motion.
Sam.
Oh.
Sam Brandhorst.
Yes, Sam. Did you have your hand up? No? Not, okay. No, I think she may be champing at the bit for the adjournment motion. Anyways. Yeah, there you go.
No,
okay, so I think we're all cognizant of the lateness of the hour, and I think we've all had lots of questions asked, and I know staff have a motion sitting there that I think they want to get in front of us to consider that is more than likely compatible to what Councillor Brainy has brought forward. So while I have Councillor McNaughton and Councillor Maynard on my list for second round, I'm going to ask the question, do you need to ask that question right now? Yeah. Or can it wait till tomorrow as a one-on-one with staff?
No, it would require consideration. Sorry, it would require consideration prior to our approval tonight.
Okay, all right. So please be as brief as possible.
Okay.
And I'm saying that to everybody, not just you.
Yeah, no. Oh, thanks. So it's a little convoluted, though, unfortunately. So there is no provision on non-agricultural properties for small turbines and standalone solar. We have a climate crisis that is worsening rapidly. We've got an understanding of external furnaces now in rural residential, as well as ag and rural, which is great, and I thank staff for that. That was a thought, but also energy provision, it should not be limited to that. Thank you, Scott. We did have a conversation about this. It would be, but what Scott suggested was if you're allowed to have, that you would be allowed to have accessory turbines as long as they didn't exceed the height requirement. But in order for a small residential turbine to be effective, it does have to greatly exceed the height of any nearby structures and trees, so it won't be caught up with that. But we did talk about referring it to the provincial procedure, and the provincial procedure caps out at 3 megawatts per hour, or 3 megawatt units. So that would not be caught by any legislation, and those would be in a dead zone. So I don't know how that can be managed, whether it's to expand the provisions to allow a little bit more height for these very small towers. They might be small and they might not take up a lot of space on the ground, but they need to be quite tall, because if you've got a forest nearby that's say roughly 50, 60 feet tall, they have to exceed that by about 20 feet. Sorry, I'm not talking in meters, I should be. And if you are going to mount them on a house, they have to exceed the height of the house considerable amount in order to be effective, and to catch the megawatts that they're designed to catch. And if they're 3 megawatts or lower, then they're exempted from the provincial process. And I did try to see if there was a way to do that with 3 megawatts, and there was not. So anything 3 or lower would need some additional understanding. I also would suggest that if we're looking at a rural zone that starts at 10 hectares, that's an awful lot of space, and a smaller rural residential property can also accommodate a lot of standalone solar. It could be capped off with the amount of megawatts to keep the arrays small and oriented for hobby farm operations, even though agriculture is not really permitted in that zone, but it's going to happen, as it should. And allow people to generate the energy that they need on site for their homes and for any small garden operations. So I just wanted to know how that could sort of go forward to be regarded. And my thought would be it might be a referral back to staff just on that matter to explore how to support and encourage these energy generators on smaller properties.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. The wind turbines and solar panels, there are provisions in the zoning bylaw related to those. I'm not sure if the committee members picked up on those. Maybe just as a little explanation, I guess in terms of wind turbines, so the official plan policies are quite clear. Projects like what was proposed on the South Shore back years ago, that is not something that's permitted under the zoning bylaw. Large wind farm with huge towers. In terms of the provisions though, we would be looking at small residential wind turbines as being something that's permitted. These days you can certainly find various designs available for small little residential wind turbines. They would be permitted as accessory uses, subject to the accessory building provisions. So generally those are capped off at 10 or 10.5 meters in height. Actually, I'm looking at a picture of one that's just barely above the height of a man that's installing it. And they would be kind of akin to what used to be present on farms years ago. You may remember they used to have wind turbines right next to the barn. Those sorts of things, basically not much different than, say, a TV antenna that used to be around as well, attached to a tower next to a house. So those sorts of uses would be permitted as accessory structures, but certainly we could, take a look at that again if you've got some concerns in regard to, maybe needing a little extra height or something like that. We could take a look at that. Certainly we wouldn't want to go beyond, against official plan policy and permit, large scale.
Very different.
Yeah, that's very different. And similar, I guess, for an explanation in terms of solar panel systems, you may have noticed that there is some provisions that allow for, solar panels that are flush mounted to a roof or a wall of a building, that those are permitted. Beyond that, the province in their provincial policy has pointed out or has mandated that solar panels can be permitted in an agricultural zone as an on-farm diversified use. We've got a provision in there that limits them to a set size so that they don't cover huge fields or something like that. Those ones, if someone wants to come forward with a large solar farm project, would need to go through the municipal support resolution process that was recently engaged by a couple of companies and supported by council. But they would also need a rezoning application. So there would be, two basically kicks at the can for council to make a decision about a larger solar farm project. They would have the opportunity to make a decision about the municipal support resolution first of all, and then if they decide that they still want to, change, if they want to change their mind, they could make a decision about the zoning bylaw amendment application that would need to come forward. So there are some provisions worked into this zoning bylaw in those regards.
But those aren't quite what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's kind of why I was suggesting maybe you could have this conversation offline.
Well, except it's going to need to be reckoned with tonight, because this is the night that we're, even if it's a motion to explore. But
Can we expedite this? Because in about 6 minutes, we're going to lose members of council because of the lateness of the hour.
Sure,
and we'll
I
be
will
at
bring
the
it
4 hour
forward as a
maximum.
motion for staff to explore.
The other option is to adjourn this meeting and start again tomorrow. And I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of support for that, so.
I don't think we should rush when it's something important like a zoning bylaw, quite frankly. I really don't believe that that is a good plan. I know that when meetings get long, we get antsy and we want to move.
Do you have a motion?
Well, I will, but there are other motions in line ahead of me, so I'll put it into a motion.
Put it into a motion, please. Councillor Maynard, and then we'll move on.
I'll try and be quick. I'm going to ask each of these questions, and then because they should take short, quick answers. The income from a farm, said $7,000 annually. Is that gross or net? And the other one is, when do we expect this bylaw, the actual final passing of this bylaw will occur? And the existing buildings and structures, they have to, at the day of the passing, they have to actually be actively in business at that time, or the structure is actually capable of holding that type of use? And yeah, I guess that's, well, considering the time, we should have this as a day meeting.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the farm registration number, my understanding is that it's 7,000 gross.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's, yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of the non-conforming uses, yes, the zoning bylaw, well, even the existing zoning bylaw allows for a use that legally existed on a property prior to the bylaw being passed, provided the use has been continued, basically uninterrupted. So those, yeah, that's what's commonly referred to as grandfathering. So that's still in this zoning bylaw.
So it would have to be actually in use at the date of, because sometimes you'll see that 24, like within 24 months, right? So I just wanted to, okay, go ahead. And when do we expect this bylaw to finally, maybe?
In terms of timing, I mean, if there's just small changes, we could probably do that in a quick turnover, but it might take
a month.
It might take us beyond the October 21st. It might have to go to the November council meeting.
Okay, and sorry, regarding units that have STAs or don't have STAs, so that is the same, right? If it's an active STA license, the moratorium is still on for STAs, so there wouldn't be any new ones between now and the time that we would pass this this bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the STAs may have been noticed that there aren't provisions in the zoning bylaw regarding STAs. There is a definition for a short-term accommodation, but
The regulation of those would be through the county's bylaw department, bylaw enforcement department.
But they would have zone,
And
but
if
there are
there's a
zoning.
moratorium on them, then yeah, there wouldn't be any expected between now and the passage of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I think we need to hear the motion that staff have prepared. So that, I just want to know how well it's going to mesh with other motions that are potentially coming. So staff, if you could put that forward, please.
I can read out Councillor
Or put it up
Brady's
on the
if you would
screen
like.
if you have it.
I'll just read it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Well, it could be all part and parcel, yeah.
Yeah, so mover is Councillor Brainy, that staff be directed to conduct a review of the comprehensive zoning bylaw provisions related to wineries and on-farm diversified uses, including but not limited to sections 3.3.3 and 3.39 within the first 2 quarters of 2026 to consider potential revisions through a future zoning bylaw amendment that support the winery industry in Prince Edward County.
Okay. Got, oh, sorry, you want to make sure I was still on. Go ahead, Councillor Grosso, and then I'm going to come to Councillor McNaughton. What?
He maybe wants a friend.
I was just gonna see if we can add breweries and cider houses to that, if it's okay.
You'd.
Yeah, that's up to you, yeah.
I believe that the intent, what you're asking for, Councillor Grosso, it will be covered in this anyway, so there'll be tweaks. If I could just speak to this briefly, I know we're running out of time. I kind of echo what Councillor Pennell said. This new planning team's a real breath of fresh air, and we did work on this together. It was very collaborative. I think everybody's on the same page. Thank you for your time for doing that, and thank you, Dan and Mr. McCauley. I know it's been a long night, and I thank you both for sticking around and expressing your comments. But to answer your question again, Councillor Grosso, I believe that the intent for the motion is going to cover off everything you've asked. I don't think we need to add it.
Okay. Councillor Brainy, or sorry, Councillor Roberts is seconding. Are you suggesting an amendment to this motion, Councillor McNaughton? Or just, it'll be a standalone motion? Because this, as it's being explained, will.
Oh, I thought we would deal with that amendment.
What I'm trying to get at is your motion that you're talking about for windmills, can it be folded into this?
No.
Okay, fine.
Sorry, close but no cigar, because it covers residential, rural residential as well.
Okay, all right.
I have one quick question to the mover, really quick.
Sure.
So the intent is that we will proceed with passing this bylaw, and that will come to us late, that'll be on that list. High on the list, but on that list of things to be, yes.
Correct.
I just wanted clarification.
And I'm seeing heads nodding at the staff table, so. All right, so I think everybody understands the amendment to the main motion, so I'm going to call the amendment. Is his amendment, yes. Yeah, as it was just read. So I'll call the motion, the amendment to the main motion. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. Now, before I go back to the main motion, Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. So I would have 2 motions to bring forward. One, that staff explore changes to the R1 zone that would encourage multi-unit built form, including duplexes, triplexes, semi-detached, and row houses. And I would include the word duplex so that it's clear to people reading. So, and it would be I'm using the word explore on purpose so that you can tailor it to your own comfort level.
Duplex isn't the technical correct term, but I guess you could put it in brackets.
Well, it's a very clear, understandable term other than that does mean something to some people other than semi-detached. So technically, you could include it, but we want to be understandable to the public at large.
The reason we specifically removed it from the zoning bylaw is because with the introduction of an additional dwelling unit, which we will remove the size restriction, so it can be the same size, that is a duplex. So it's a little redundant.
Okay, so we can leave out duplex.
That's kind of what I said.
It's fine.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
Not yet?
Councillor
Yep.
Hirsch. Okay.
So,
Any questions for the mover?
May I speak to it just briefly?
Very, very briefly.
So I just want to echo what Bill said, which is we need to be encouraging anything that can foster the creation of housing, period.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, I will call the second amendment to the main motion. All in favor? Oh, could you read it out loud again? Yeah. Oh, and then I see Sam has a question. No, that was her putting her hand up in favor. Okay.
Thank you. That staff explore changes to the R1 zone that would encourage triplexes, semi-detached row houses. I think I've just mucked with the language. And other, and that we'll leave it at that, period, just to keep it simple. I mean, Bill mentioned quadruplexes. I think that's good too, and would entertain that if someone
Multiple
thought
uses.
that was a potential.
Okay. I think that, okay, so I'll call the motion. All in favor? Hands up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That carries. And
That's the intent.
yeah, multiplexes. And Councillor McNaughton, you said you had a second one.
Yes, that staff explore amendments to the zoning bylaw, to the comprehensive zoning bylaw to encourage small wind and solar generation in rural zones.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Grasso. Okay, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. But I think staff, oh, did you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comes kind of unexpected, especially in respect of wind turbines. Staff has already had significant comment from the public on wind turbines for the purposes of the zoning bylaw, so I really don't propose reopening that. Again, it's not just a height issue, there's a heritage landscape issue, there's lots of issues around turbines, as there are around solar panels that lots of people don't like either, but I just can't support looking at this again. Sorry,
Thank
sure.
you. So there are currently wind turbines on rural lands, small, unobtrusive. They tend to be tall, but they're not very imposing. And they're very, very different from the industrial wind turbines that caused a stir on the South Shore in particular. But they are going to be something that we need to consider. We're going to be needing to consider all forms of non-fossil fuel energy generation for heating and cooling our homes, for running our appliances. And this is a very small thing that we can do to allow staff to explore what that looks like. And I don't think it's going to be particularly controversial in this small form. Additionally, a number of the comments spoke in support of residential wind.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell, briefly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't see any reason to vote on that. For the simple reason you are allowed, under the law in the province of Ontario right now, to put up a small windmill. Anybody can, as long as you got a big enough chunk of land. So I won't support it because I think the law is already there.
Manager of Planning.
I just want to remind you about the motion we had about the environmental protection, because it seems that has been forgotten.
Yes. Yeah, okay,
May I reply?
sure.
So that's only for agricultural lands. And this motion relates to rural lands, rural residential in particular.
Oh, okay, clarification there, yeah. Okay, I think everybody understands that motion, that amendment to the main motion. So I'll call the motion. All in
Can we have
favor?
a recorded vote, Mr. Chair?
Sure. It's recorded on the TV. So, Madam Clerk, starting with Councillor Hirsch.
And just for clarity, so motion moved by Councillor McNaughton, seconded by Councillor Grosso, reads that staff explore amendments to the zoning bylaw to encourage small wind and solar generation in rural residential zones. Sorry, rural zones. Councillor Hirsch.
Opposed?
Councillor McNaughton.
In favor.
Councillor Brainy.
Opposed.
Councillor Maynard.
In favor.
Councillor Grosso.
In favor.
Councillor Nyman.
Opposed.
Councillor Roberts.
Opposed.
Councillor St. Jean.
In favor.
Councillor Pennell.
Opposed?
Councillor Branderhorst.
In favor.
Councillor Engelstorfer.
Opposed.
And Mayor Ferguson. And that loses 7-5.
Okay. Did you have anything further, staff? No? Okay. So we've had a,
The environmental one, do they have a text?
do you have a text for the environmental?
Do you have a text of some sort for the environmental piece?
Yeah, that staff be directed to conduct a review of the comprehensive zoning bylaw provisions related to special setback provisions, including but not limited to sections 3.31 within the first 2 quarters of 2026 to consider potential revisions through a future zoning bylaw amendment that support the enhanced environmental protection in Prince Edward County.
Okay, I'm assuming that's you, Councillor Hirsch?
I'll move that.
And you need a seconder? Councillor McNaughton? I think we all understand that, so I'll call the motion. All in favor? That looks like that carries, okay. That's the last amendment. Then I'm going to call the main motion.
The only suggestion I will make really quick for the mover and seconder, further to Scott's mention that some of the corrections would have to be in place. Clause number 2 should actually read that a bylaw to enact a comprehensive zoning bylaw for the corporation of the county of Prince Edward and to repeal comprehensive zoning bylaw 1816-2006 as amended, as listed on this agenda, and amended to reflect the appropriate revisions as referenced by staff be brought forward. So just a friendly amendment, mover and seconder in favor. It's just to add those revisions referenced by staff.
And that's
And then we
more
can
of a
just
clerical
call the
thing
vote
than
and-
anything else, okay.
Yeah.
So I think everyone understands that, so I will call the main motion as amended. All in favor? I'll say that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. And now for the final motion of the day, Councillor Branderhorst, I believe you're in on this one, since you stayed up so late at home. Seconder for that is Councillor Maynard. All in favor? That's carried. Now adjourned at 10:12 p.m.
Well done, Mr. Chair. Oh, thanks, Chris. 12 to 2.
I know. Like, what the hell, eh? Why, how could they not